You must specify $disc.
Yes.
Oh, because I failed and I typed percentage disc. That's why it's confused.
You're going to get a percent of a disc.
Dollar disc.
Also, hello everyone. Welcome to the show. I should probably check that the mics are on. The mics are on. However, we've got the wrong mics.
Oh. We now must undress.
Show me yours and I'll show you mine. .007. Hello everyone, welcome to the show.
Bond's the name. Strong. Call the Bondulance.
Hello everyone, how are we all doing?
You are doing.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you come in there. Yeah. Right, pop-out chats. We're kind of setting things up as we go.
Yes.
That is fine. Refresh that.
Welcome to the stream. Today is Saturday, 17th February 2024. And this is Two Guys Talk Tech.
I'm glad
for
how
YouTube stats, the web show, A Phantom Menace.
Did you say Saturday because you were trying to pad it out or because you were stalling for time while you read what the date was?
No, I said the day because I got stuck in my brain of saying it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
I was stuck on Tuesday in my head and I was like, I must say the day or otherwise I'm going to stumble the rest of these words.
I see. All right, hello everyone.
Tuesday, innit, mate?
I can see a floating head and the goatee. Look, I wore the grey. I wore the grey sweater.
Sweater.
Sweater. Or jumper.
Oh, papa.
We're here. Hello. The royal ceremony of the mics. It's true. Right. Hello all. Hope you're having a good weekend. Well, my weekend doesn't really start until after the show because I've been working all morning and this counts as work for me. But
don't worry.
It's on a gimbal. It doesn't need to be perfect.
Spending time with you feels like work too. Miserable sod.
I don't. Whatever. Why you got to make things look hard for me? Anyway.
I mean,
however,
anyway.
I've had a good end to the week though, and today has been going moderately well. So yes.
Until printers were involved.
Until printers were involved, but whatever. Anyway, welcome to the show, everyone. We have a show lined up for you today.
Yes.
So yeah,
we can't even say planned.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
There is no plan.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, not really. Anyway, we're setting up. We're there. Caradog's going to do some more memory testing with the 4th Gen mPower board again. He looked at this briefly last week to test the new Direct Die ILM, which works, and now we want to set it up on the water cooling loop and just do a test run on that. And the reason why we're doing this is we are expecting a 14th gen, was it an Asus Apex?
13900
Oh,
KS.
13900K, yeah.
Yes.
We're expecting a 13900 KS board and CPU to show up probably next week at some point. And that's in for a BIOS reflash, but after that, Night Fusion said, hey, you guys should overclock it on stream. So we're probably going to do that as well. And so again, we're kind of doing, this is also a bit of a soft, I want to practice the overclocking format where we get hold of something interesting and we can just go test bench, bam, water cooling loop, do overclocking runs. And so we can spend more time actually doing runs and talking about overclocking and less time trying to make the setup work while we're live kind of thing. So we're doing that and we're just testing the format for that so we can do just so we can just make it all a bit more smooth, a bit more to the point, a bit more streamlined and a bit less boring waiting for us to get the thing to work, if you see what I mean. And then I've got a couple of devices that I'm working on that I'm going to do once Caradog is done with that. At the moment, Caradog is just setting up an SSD to boot this thing from because we don't have one prepared, so he's working on that. So, yeah.
H.
Oh, this thing does have a this thing does have an mSATA port on it, which is kind of interesting. I've probably got an mSATA drive kicking around that we could lob in there if we cared.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it's not. I'm not going to dig it out right now, but like for future reference, I'll dig out my mSATA drive, and then we can just stick an mSATA drive and fit and forget, and it will just be able to boot Windows. That might be interesting.
I think I've done this wrong.
Okay, I'll come over and save you in a moment.
Select image file to restore. Wait, no.
You want to restore complete disk from
Restore
images.
complete disk. There we go.
Yeah.
I was like, why does none of this look like what I expect it to?
Yeah. I'll let you finish that and then I'll ask my questions. Right, it's a cool 32 degrees C here at the moment. That's not cool. That's far too hot. Far too hot. Can you show the I/O of the board? Sure thing.
Do I then select the Samsung SSD I want to restore to, yes?
Correct.
And then go next.
Yes.
This will overwrite all of the data. Yes, it will. Ta-da! Cool. That's fine.
Right, have we got Benchcam with face? We have. There's the I/O on the M-Power board. So for 4th gen Intel, that's I would say that's reasonably exotic. That's 3 USB 3s plus, so 8 USB ports total, dual HDMI and DisplayPort, which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
And what's the Ethernet on that? I assume it's just gigabit. Oh yeah, it would be just be. Oh, it's got killer, so it's gigabit. I'm not going to try and pretend that a killer network card is actually exotic in any way, shape, or form.
It's a killer queen.
I do not know the rest of the words to that. So yeah, that was that.
Song about laser beams. Laser.
And dynamite. Let's see. Let's get down. You might be stupid. What is overclocking? Overclocking is the process of making electronic devices run at a higher speed than they are intended to. So in the context of CPU overclocking, the idea is to drive the CPU at a higher speed than it is designed to run. So in this case, clock speed. So if you've got a CPU that is supposed to run at 5 gigahertz all-core speed, we try and drive it at 5.5 gigahertz all-core, because that will get higher. That means it runs faster and it can do more work and it can make a bigger benchmark number. It's drag racing a CPU basically, or like dyno tuning a car, get more horsepower out of engine. It's the computer equivalent of that. Exotic is the firewall it installs. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Your last two guys talk tech with 7 megabit ADSL. Next week you're getting fiber, and you're going to get 600 or 700 megabits. Wow, that's going to be a hell of a jump. Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a jump. That will change your world. Not just for the download either, but the upload, because you're going to go from like 1 megabit, maybe 1 megabit upload, to like 100 megabit upload at worst. And like sometimes I think the upstream is severely underrated, and a lot of people do not realize how much of a difference upstream actually makes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Although that much being said, when you're coming from 7 meg, then everything's going to change your world. So yeah, that's going to be great. Good. Are you still wanting to descale these tubes as well? And if so, have you got any idea how we're going to go about that?
Nope.
I tell you what I should have done. I should have lobbed them in the ultrasonic, because I had the ultrasonic on during the week. I'm not going to turn it on now because
No.
it takes it like 2 or 3 hours to warm up.
That's fine.
Yeah. If
I
I'd
realised I
remembered,
should
I'd
have
have
done
done it
this
during the week. So
beforehand.
yeah, when we're finished today, we'll drain it and take it to bits, and then I can lob it all in the ultrasonic cleaner
Yeah.
and just see how much that does. That'd be kind of interesting to know if we can just lob the tubes as is into the ultrasonic as well.
Yeah.
Like the short ones like this will probably be fine, but I wonder about the long runs. Will it just be able to shake that out from the inside? I don't see why not. Or at the very least, it might loosen it so you can then just flush the tubes.
Yeah.
So, All right. Okay, your snapshot is snapshotting. You're doing that. Cool. Good. I'm going to chat with chat then. Hello, Pianov. How you doing? How's things been going? Thanks for your tip that you gave me during the week on stuff. I think it was the that's right. It was the real-time clock circuit stuff that you were pointing out. Pianov was telling me about he was working on a system that was draining BIOS batteries, and he showed how you can have the dual diode that separates the battery and 3v3 rails going into the real-time clock. That dual diode, it can just be leaky. It's not necessarily failed, but it can just be leaking current, which can be causing it to drain a battery, but still technically work. And Pianov showed me a great example of that. So yeah. I've been working on, I've got videos in the works at the moment, and I'm really impatient because I'm working on really cool stuff, but none of it is, it's still all in the pipeline. The GK2 printer that we looked at last week, I've got that set up over on the bench now. I've got my 3D printers in a row, and it all looks really cool, and I'm really chuffed with it. And I've done a couple of test prints on it, and resin 3D printers are super cool. I haven't done anything really exotic with it yet, so I haven't actually started recording the review in anger, but I've done a couple of test runs and gone through the washing and curing method and stuff like that. And yeah, they're very cool. The results are stunning. They're very slow if you just want a small widget. So like, I'm glad I've got two. I've got a resin and an FDM printer, because it's going to be the bit that I'm excited to talk about in my review of the GK2 is just comparing how the resin and FDM printers have strengths and weaknesses. Because the resin printer really puts out stunning results. But if you want just like, it took it like 3.5-4 hours. For a benchy, so the little tugboat benchy, it would have taken 4 hours to do the standard one of that. Whereas my Creality Ender 5 can bash that out in like 1 hour and 20 minutes. However, the difference is that the resin printer could do 10 benchies at the same time in 4 hours. So it's kind of interesting to look at how there are certain times where the FDM printer is obviously a better choice for what you're trying to do, but if you want to do like a whole set of models, the resin printer will just knock them all out at the same time. So it's kind of fun and interesting. So yes, so I'm super excited to do the review of that. The detail is off the chain. It sure is. Like the benchy I did. I'll quickly just grab the one I did, because I did a remix of the benchy because I wanted to test it. I found a remix of the benchy that was the lattice benchy. I'm going to switch to bench cam. So I did a lattice of the benchy. So as you can see, it's a little basket benchy. It's not seaworthy. However, those gaps are 0.5 mil wide at the smallest point, and each one of them is actually a lattice hole, 2 layers. And yeah, the actual quality output was fantastic. I was really thrilled. This is literally the first model I've done, and like there's a few errors on it that like I didn't wash it properly, so there's a little bit of excess resin on top where the washing process didn't get it. But like that was me experimenting with washing. If I'd washed it better before curing, that would have cleared up. But yeah, that was my first test model. And it looks like a plastic toy that you would buy from a mass manufacturing factory kind of thing. You would never know that is just come off of a 3D printer that's in the workshop. I was really happy. I was really impressed. Your boat won't float. No, but it looks pretty, and that's more important. So yeah.
Remember, dear.
So I'm going to print some more interesting stuff. I'm currently getting some models ready for what will be the review prints kind of thing, where I actually film it and everything. But yeah, so far I'm getting into it, and it's been really interesting to learn a new print format, basically. And yeah, it's definitely more messy than an FDM printer, you know, make no mistake, because it comes out and everything is dripping and you've got to wear gloves because the resin is nasty stuff and everything. But it's not that bad, and the wash and cure machine is great. That works a treat, you know. Definitely glad I bought a 2-in-1 machine, so I didn't have to have like lots and lots of machines on the bench. But yeah, I've got a lot to talk about, and I'm really excited to record that video, because that's always the thing with me, is when I'm asked to review something, my litmus test is, am I excited about this? Have I got things that I want to talk about? And like, there's so much I want to talk about with the process of it and where I think this will be good and bad. And like the wash and cure machine, I said, oh, I'm glad I got a 2-in-1, but if I was doing a lot of printing, I'd want separate wash and cure machines, because then I could have 5 models curing while there's 5 models washing and things like that. But because I'm only doing small volume, a 2-in-1 machine is better, and there's so much to talk about. It's very cool. Will it blend? This is the real question. So yes.
Oh.
No way that'll make it to France. Does resin printing take longer? That's the interesting thing. For a single model like this, yeah, it takes way longer. But the thing is that adding multiple prints doesn't add on to the time. Let's say you make a model that your FDM printer takes an hour to print. If you print 10 of them, it will take 10 hours because it's got to make the model 10 times. But the resin printer is doing an entire layer in one go, no matter what is on that layer. So if there's 10 models, so let's say the resin printer does the model in 2 hours, takes twice the amount of time, but if you put 10 of the model on the bed, it will still take 2 hours. So when you're making lots of figurines, it's way, way faster. But if you want to make a single little prototype widget, the FDM will be faster. So it's kind of interesting it's fast, but in different ways. It's fast at volume. So yeah, you could also liken it a lot to the differences between a CPU and a GPU. And you know, like the FDM printer is a lot like a CPU. It can do one thing really fast, whereas the resin printer does a whole array of things at the same time, but slower. But because it's doing all of it at the same time, you get the idea. I need to write the review and figure out my wording, but yeah, very interesting. Can you recommend the Creality Ender 5 that I've got? Yeah, I like the Creality. I get on very well with it. I think there is a newer version of it. So, like, if you're buying today, the scene is moving very fast, and Creality seem to release a new printer every other week. So check what the latest version is. But whatever the current equivalent of the Ender 5 is, I forget the name of it, but they've got one and it now has a built-in enclosure and stuff, which I would recommend if you can see one. If you can get a printer with a built-in enclosure, I would recommend it because it does help keep the fumes enclosed, which makes that easier to deal with. And also it means that it doesn't get dusty while it's not in use, because like my one, whenever I go to use the Creality, I've got to dust it down and clean the bed and things like that because dust settles on it when you're not using it. So yeah, multi-threading, exactly. Marcus says that real men don't read manuals.
Yeah, guess what? My block's too new. It's 1700 only.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Because obviously 1150X was irrelevant when this block came out.
Yeah. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, because of course, like most mountings, they just put a slight oval on the hole, don't they?
Yeah.
Whereas this doesn't. It doesn't have ovaled holes. See, this is one of those times where it would be really handy to actually just have a decent pillar drill, because then we could literally just pillar drill that into an oval. But
it would
you
need
want to?
quite a lot of adjustment.
Really?
Just because.
Is it that far out?
It's a reasonable distance.
Oh,
But
no.
you could maybe get away with it.
Could you just offer that up again? Because I just got the camera in place in time then. Oh yeah, I think it needs, is the spacing too big?
So it would, you could like
Yeah,
cut out
you
the
just
side on
oval
each
the
one,
holes.
kind
Yeah.
of thing. Both of them, but it's just a case, so I don't know if the distance would be right.
I think it should do, because like when you look at, if you look at like a Corsair backplate,
Yeah.
the holes are just ovaled, which
Yeah,
means
'cause
it
I
just
don't
fits
know
all of them.
what angle they come out of from, just because
Yeah.
that would affect it slightly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh well, okay.
Oops.
Well, that basically means we're not doing anything with this today then, are we?
let's not eat the CA
Oh, I
glue.
see. For a moment I was like, what the hell is wrong with you? And then it was like, oh yeah,
It's a
there's just-
giant lump.
that's fine. It's only CA glue. It's fine.
Yeah.
The Caradog mug got broken a while back. Let's see. You can't print big with resin. FDM is still required. Yeah, like the GK2 is seems to be a fairly big resin printer, but even then, the print bed is not impressively huge. You know, and like the Ender 5 that I have, I would call that a medium-sized printer. It's not exactly, it's not small, but there are bigger printers, and the Ender 5 has got a bigger print bed on it than the GK2 has. So yeah, but also yeah, again, it depends on what you're printing. I'm still doing experiments to see to what extent there are. Like I want to go back and reprint a bunch of 3D prints I've done on my Ender 5 in resin, just to see if I'm like, oh, this is better. I would have done this on the resin next time. But again, it also just depends on what finish you want, because if you're trying to knock out a quick widget, then FDM is just faster. So also FDM is going to give you different strength results as well, because the PLA filament has just different properties. It's got a bit more flex to it, which means it is stronger to the extent that it's less brittle. So if it's something that's going to take some mechanical strain, FDM is probably going to be tougher, because it's less likely to fracture and chip, whereas the resin is brittle and will just snap. I haven't done strength testing yet, but that's based on what kind of resin you're using and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's the other thing as well, is that there are certain things that you're still going to want to do on FDM, because it will give you something that just has a little bit of give to it, instead of just snapping off the moment it's under strain.
I also realised, are we miraculously in focus?
Yes, we are, because
Good,
my glasses
because
are aliasing.
I did not focus us.
I said you needed to expose us. However, yeah, apparently apparently the focus is bang on as well. So yeah. Let's see.
Let's try that again.
So can a resin printer print many different things at the same time? Yes, it can be different things. When you're slicing your file, so when you're in the software where you import your 3D model, and you make a slice file that will actually go to the printer, you can import multiple different models, arrange them out on the print bed, and say, okay, you're going to do 5 of this guy, 2 of this guy, and 1 of this guy. And then you save that as a single file, which goes to the printer, and it will just print that, basically. Which again is one of the reasons why the slicing process exists, is that you can add multiple files and arrange them. And with resin printing, that's kind of encouraged. For FDM, I actually don't like having multiple models on the print bed at the same time, because it has to jump between them and you get more stringing, which is where it leaves little strings of plastic between the models, and you get little hairy strands. But resin printers don't have stringing. That's not something they do. So it's actually vastly more efficient to print multiple things at the same time on resin. So yeah. And yeah, if you need one spare part, resin printing will be cheaper. Yeah, that also works. And it's also the fact that because with resin, you're not adding more time by printing multiple copies of it. So you may as well make 2 of everything because it'll still make the same amount of time. And I actually did this. The other print I've done is a keyboard switch opening tool because I'm currently lubing my own switches for a keyboard project I'm working on. And I went to print one off and I was like, I could just make 2 of these in case one of them breaks. And it's not, and so I did that, and the actual print time was exactly the same because it's still the same number of layers that it's printing. So you can just make multiple of everything. And sure, it's going to use a little bit, it's going to use more resin because you're using up more material, but the actual material usage in 3D printing is minimal anyway. You're always measuring the time cost rather than the material cost. So yeah.
I've just forgotten which way around this goes. That way.
Are you setting up for air cooling instead?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I will keep waffling then in that case. How messy is it to clean the tub after the print? So far, I haven't needed to. I've just left the resin in the vat, and my vat came with a plastic cover so that you just put on when you're not using it. So that means that it means that it's not sealed, but it's covered up, so it's not continuing to emit fumes into the room in a meaningful way.
What?
I would not keep it in the bedroom, but you know.
As a what material is your resin?
Good question. Let me grab the bottle. So yeah, I haven't had to clean it out yet, but theoretically, if I wanted to clean it out, like you can wipe the resin down just with paper towel, and if I wanted to empty the vat because I was changing to a different resin, what I would do is I would get the bottle of resin here, put a funnel in it, put one of the coffee filters that it came with in the funnel, and just pour the remaining resin back into the bottle. But because I'm only using just an ordinary dark grey resin, and at the moment I've got no plans to use different types of resin interchangeably, or I might buy a second vat, so because you can just lift the vat out, put it to one side and put another vat in that already has a different resin in it.
How full is the vat?
So the vat takes up to 700 ml, and the bottle is 1 litre, so 1,000 ml. I put about half a bottle in because I didn't want to fill it up to the line.
I see.
Because
so you can get away with actually leaving the tray reasonably empty.
Yes.
And to make it easier to swap them.
Exactly. Yes. And because it's kind of scary because when you start printing, the print bed comes down and it goes all the way to the bottom. So the vat only fills to about 1/3 up, and when the print head comes down and displaces the resin level goes whoop, and you're like, oh god, please don't overflow. But that's the other reason why I didn't fill it up to max, because I was like, it's not that I don't trust them, but I can see what's going to happen here, and I'm scared.
I can see what's going to happen if I've cocked this up.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm just going to put about half in, you know. So yes, and yes, the resin does properly. It's don't sniff the resin, basically. We're in a reasonably large workshop here, and I've got a desk fan, a large pedestal fan in the corner, and when I have either of the 3D printers running, I have that pedestal fan on oscillating, so it's just circulating all the air in the room, and that's enough to keep it at bay. The GK2, it does have an air filter, which does seem to do the job, insofar as I left it running overnight, and I came in the next morning and went into the shop, and I wasn't immediately hit by the smell of fumes. So between the fan running and a reasonably large workshop, apparently that air filter seems to do the job of removing the smell from the air. One video I did watch did say that we have to remember that just because it's removing the smell, that doesn't mean it's actually removing the toxicity. And the answer to that is we don't know. So at the moment, the safe recommendation is that the filter doesn't immediately mean that it's safe to run it in the room. You know, you should still have ventilation in mind, but it makes it significantly more bearable to be around. It means you can be in the room at the same time. Whereas without the filter, I wouldn't want to be in the room while it's running.
Does it say what the resin is?
Oh yeah. So the resin. So this is water washable resin. No, it does not say what it is.
Right, okay. And also the stuff that comes off of the resin. What is it that people are concerned about? Because those are obviously my questions.
Yeah.
A case of, well, why is it a problem? What is it?
Well, I mean, because it's plastic, toxic fumes is kind of the short answer, but I don't know the actual chemical composition of those fumes. So I guess your argument is it just smell unpleasant or is it actually hazardous?
And also a case of, if you know what it is that you're attempting to filter, you can look at the type of filter and go, is this a type of filter that actually filters this?
That's true, yeah.
Because using a, 150 micron particle size filter on particles that are 0.1 of a micron does nothing.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Is it purely an aromatic filter? Or aromatics filter sort of thing? So,
Yeah. So to be confirmed there.
Damn it.
I still wouldn't use a resin printer in a room that's occupied by people. Yeah, well, as I say, I've sat in the room while it's running and it's okay, but again, I don't know what the square footage of this workshop is, but it's, it's a reasonably large. Yeah, we're in a reasonably large workspace here. And as I say, again, to put things in, to give a comparison, when I first got the Ender 5, I had it set up behind my workbench. And the first couple of times I ran it with no fans on in the room. So it was kind of wafting fumes directly toward my workbench. And the first afternoon I had it running while I was at the workbench, it gave me a headache. So when the fumes are in the air, I will get a headache. So by comparison, with the pedestal fan running in the room, that problem just completely disappeared. Wasn't getting headaches with it running in the room. GK2, same deal. With it running in the room with fans on, I'm not getting headaches. So again, I'm not saying that is completely safe, but that kind of gives a rough impression that it's clearly having a vast improvement. It's clearly dissipating the fumes to where they're significantly less problematic as such. But also, given how long resin 3D prints take, in the order, pretty much every print that I have lined up for the printer has been 3-4 hours plus. My general plan is I'm probably going to leave it running overnight whenever I'm planning on printing something and just leave the room. The FDM printer, a lot of stuff I do on that is less than 3 or 4 hours, so I can start that in the morning and it's ready after lunch. So that's the kind of thing where I would run it while I'm at work. But yeah, the resin printer, because those prints are in the order of several hours, I'm just going to run it overnight most of the time, I think. So yeah. Let's see. The off-gassing of plastics is generally considered bad. Even if you can't smell it, it doesn't mean you're safe. Yeah, exactly that. We don't know. I'm not sure. I might do a little bit of digging just to see if I can provide some answer to that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. The air filter in the GK2 is an activated charcoal. Is that the one?
I think, or active carbon.
Active carbon, something like that.
I can't remember exactly what the correct phrasing is.
Yeah, it's active charcoal, active carbon, something like that. So I need to find out what level that is capable of filtering and what kind of gases the resin actually releases, so I can actually have half a clue as to whether it should theoretically work or not. Because, like Caradog said, if it's a 100 micron filter and the gases are 10 micron, then no, it's getting rid of the smell, but it's not actually doing anything for the hazardous gas. And that is kind of important to know.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's a 50 micron filtration and the VOCs from this are 100 micron, then we can say, yeah, this filter is theoretically capable of getting the nasty stuff out of the air. So provided there is sufficient airflow, it should do its job. So that's the thing, is we I can't guarantee safety, but I can at least say whether it's theoretically correct or not. So yeah.
In you go.
Let's see. 3 basic components found in all photopolymer resins: monomers, oligomers, and photoinitiators.
Oh,
I see.
okay. Does this work?
Probably. I believe. I think so. Yeah. Caradog immediately goes to a known good card anyway. Yes. Fairly certain this. This hasn't been tested, but I think this card is actually brand new.
This is my brand new GT710.
I didn't buy it. It came in in a sort of just a customer drop-off thing, and a previous person who was building a computer decided to buy a brand new GT710. Whatever. So yes. Most popular base materials for standard SLA resin are acrylate monomers combined with various polymers such as epoxy, urethane, or vinyl ester resins. See, I don't know what any of that is, so I'd have to look it up.
That seems quite reasonable.
Huzzah. Did you sell the owner of the IdeaPad a new laptop?
Cloudy water.
Not yet. I can't remember. I think I'm still waiting for them to come and get it. So yeah.
Oh. Where is?
Stefan says, I've been using an activated carbon filter, which also has a HEPA filter, but you were just using it to remove the smell. Yeah, you still aired out the room afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woohoo! In theory, we should have capture.
Oh, cool. All right. All right, Caradog has things to show. Capture with face?
Ta-da!
Uh-huh.
I successfully added a heatsink to a processor and turned it on.
This is the cutting edge. This is the cutting edge stream that people are here for.
It's only taken me 37 minutes.
We'll just build that PC. That'll only take half an hour.
Yes, but there we go. It works, and the main reason I'm just doing this as well is because the CPU temperature is not instantly going boop.
Yeah.
So it means there is at least some contact.
Yeah.
Because we've taken the actual metal cap off of the processor,
Yeah.
the height that the cooler needs to go to actually cool the processor is different.
Yeah.
And some mounts just won't work with that. But it seems like the Noctua Secufirm mount just takes that in its stride.
Good.
Something Noctua fanboy.
Date and time is wrong. Yeah, the board hasn't been on for a while, and it's probably
yeah.
it's probably been reset at some point.
I mean, it's close. It thinks it's 2024.
I was going to say it's got the year right. It doesn't think it's think it's the year 40K like the balloon.
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
In the distant future of the Mloong, there is only war.
Oh no. That'll do.
Cool. Oh yeah, your
That'll
snapshot is
do.
done as well, so you could probably take that up to Windows and just confidence test it.
There you go.
God.
Sort.
Yeah, so that's the 3D printing stuff. I'm still experimenting. I'm really excited with the results I've had on my first 2 test prints, and I'm really looking forward to recording the review. That's still a while off. Like, that's not going to be this week because I still need more time to practice. But I'm very happy with the test runs that I've been doing. I'm very happy with the setup. Yeah. So yes. And then the other video that I'm working on that I'm also excited about is I've been threatening to do it for literally months, but my my Cooler Master Keys keyboard. This is my daily driver keyboard that's currently in bits, and I'm doing everything to it. New switches, lubing, filming, foam inserts, the whole shooting match. I'm doing everything. And I'm documenting the whole thing. And I'm kind of excited about that video as well because that's also going extremely well. And I think this is going to be, I think it's going to be a cool keyboard. It's not going to be my dream keyboard.
How much was your piece of foam?
Oh, it was only like a £5 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I
We
think.
both had the fear.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I went on to. I'm not going to name names just because I don't want to do endorsements without actually making decisions and stuff. But I've been sitting in a mechanical keyboard Discord asking for tips. And the shop that Discord is for. That doesn't look too promising. The shop that Discord is for, they sell all the parts. I bought switches from them, but they had foam inserts, and they had like pre-cut foam inserts that were like £25 and stuff like that. I was like, it's for a bit of foam. I know you've laser cut it, but it's foam, man. You know. And so I went and just bought some foam elsewhere. Someone in that Discord then said, "Oh, tell me the dimensions, and I'll do a custom cut for you." And so I said I provided them the dimensions, and I was like, "Yeah, I've already ordered some foam, but the other foam is coming from China, so it's going to take some weeks. I would be interested in a custom cut if it's reasonably priced. So, if you know, tell me more," kind of thing. And they kind of just didn't get back to me. And this is one of the reasons why I haven't mentioned names yet, because so far I haven't had enough interaction to provide positive endorsement. It's not that I had a bad experience, I'm just not doing shout outs kind of thing. So at any rate, I've ended up just buying my own foam, and I'm going to cut it myself. But I have a suspicion that if they'd done a custom cutout, I have a horrible suspicion they would have turned around and said, "Oh yeah, I can do that, that'll be 30 quid please." And I'm like, I appreciate the offer, but no, I'm not paying £30 for foam. Because the problem with custom keyboards is everything is artisanal. So, yeah. I was asking for tits. It was tips. Psst. Psst, 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 psst.
Tire pressure sensors.
Yes. But yeah, so I'm currently in the process of lubing all of my own keys one by one. And it's not actually that bad. When you've got an opening tool, it's fine. You've got that look on your face where you're like, "Welp, everything was fine, and now it's not fine."
It was fine until Fire Nation attacked.
Oh, okay, it looks fine again.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's a little bit fragile.
Not surprising, really, but yeah. All right. So yes, I'm excited about this as well because it's just a cool project, and these switches are all soldered, so it's going to be kind of a marathon job to do it, but also I think that's what makes it kind of satisfying, because a lot of people just consider a keyboard like this to be just not workable, and the point of the video is to go, you can absolutely do this if you've got the equipment. You can absolutely completely refurbish an old mechanical keyboard like this. And the big question will be, but should you? That's going to be the point of the video. And I think my prediction is going to be, no, you shouldn't. You can, and it will be incredible once you're done, but it's an awful lot easier and cheaper to just buy a good keyboard in the first place. That is my prediction.
What if, but what if no one will sell me my special Tau Royal switches in the keyboard layout I want?
Then you buy a keyboard with hot swap switches, because they've just all got hot swap these days. You know, as I say, the only reason why I'm bothering with this one is I actually quite like this keyboard. I like the RGB backlighting on it, and I like the firmware that it runs for the backlighting. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be bothering. I would just be modding my Royal Kludge or something like that.
Do we do?
Okay, right. Catching up on the chat. Keyboard is Graham's bonsai tree. It's surprisingly therapeutic to sit and lube keys. I think I'm going to get bored of it once I've currently done 16 switches, and I think by the time I get to 20 switches, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm bored of this now. However, buying pre-lubed switches is twice the price. Like, I paid 50 quid for a new set of MX Browns, which I think was a mistake. Like, that wasn't a bad price for the switches, but the fact that they're MX Browns, I think I should have gotten different ones. But at any rate, if I'd bought them pre-lubed, it would have been £100 for a set of Browns that were pre-lubed. And I was like, I'm not paying £100 for switches, man, because I could just buy a whole keyboard for that. So yeah. Hot swap is the future. Yeah. Is that Teltac's new keyboard? Absolutely not. This is for me. This is for me. Okay. Okay, I am caught up. Wow, that's... Are you okay over there, Caradog? I'm only half paying attention to what you're doing, but it looks like it's not going well.
I think I made it unhappy.
I see.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I may have hot swapped PCI devices and forgot.
Okay, that's understandable. I was going to say, what part of you thought that was okay?
The part where I was just like, oh yeah, I'm just plugging in the Wi-Fi adapter. Forgetting that it wasn't the USB Wi-Fi adapter that
Oh, I see, yes.
It was just the process of, I'm just putting in the Wi-Fi, was the brain process, not thinking about the concept of what the Wi-Fi was.
Stefan says, I've got an old Logitech G15 waiting for refurb and modding. I know it's not aged well, but it's mainly for nostalgia value and the fact that it has driverless macros on board. Yeah, like
the
driverless...
G15 and G19 are the bomb.
Yeah.
For early 2000s aesthetic.
Yes.
I have my G19.
Is it mechanical or membrane?
No, it's a membrane keyboard.
Yeah, yeah. But again, like driverless macros and stuff, that again is one of the reasons why because this has got driverless macros and driverless programmable RGB, which is again why I wanted to try and save it. Because like if you take most other keyboards and stuff, they all require software to run in the background, whereas again, this one doesn't need any, this can do all of its features in hardware.
Do you know
just through weird key combinations and stuff.
Do you know which other keyboard I have that can do all of the macro recording on board?
What?
My 40%er.
Okay, but anyway. So yeah. And again, I think the moral of the story with this video is going to be not that it's good value to mod old keyboards like this, but it's possible and it does work. Whereas if I do all of this modding and I type on it and I'm like, wow, that feels exactly the same as when I started.
Can you come off of capture, please?
Then at that point, the conclusion of the video will be, no, don't. It's just not worth it, you know.
Because I'm pretty sure this is not what should be on this disk.
That looks like you've got a clean install of Windows with nothing on it. Yeah.
That has Chrome installed.
Yeah.
And has the user folder on the desktop. None of these are things that I would have done. Have you been messing with my SSDs again?
Not deliberately. Like, not since the last time. Like, I'm sure.
Not since the last time I did.
Well, my point is that, like, the last time you booted up on the test bench one, I haven't done anything since then. There were 2 M.2 SSDs for the test bench. Is that the other one?
No.
Okay. I was going to say, if so, find the other one. Find the other one, and perhaps it's that one that has the Ghost Spectre.
No, that is definitely the right one because it's got Ghost Toolbox on the root of the drive. What the hell have I done?
I'm just going to assume that you're incompetent and can't snapshot. So I'm going to shut that down, and I will snapshot it for you. I think you snapshotted the M.2 and then restored a different image. Because Snapshot doesn't select the last backed up drive. It selects the last restored image.
And I thought I'd selected the thing I did.
Well, apparently you didn't, you idiot.
Yep.
You absolute buffoon.
Yep.
You tart.
Yep.
All right, are you fixing your own mistakes?
I don't know. I'm going to ask you to help me.
Okay, you go and do chat. I'm going to do this.
Please resolve my error. Hello, people. Bit suspicious of Chrome installed on a new mini PC out of the box. But no. It's not that. It's the fact that I haven't installed Chrome on the test bench because I just use Edge because you're forced to have it. Now I'm like, fewer things installed is my mantra.
Mantra. Yeah, you just restored my generic Windows 10 install.
How?
I don't know. That was the one that was selected, though. Where did you actually back up your thing to?
The backup folder. And then I called it bench. Test
Okay,
bench.
right. You put it in old backups, not backups.
Oh. Well, I can't help that your file system is not immediately intuitive without reading.
Oh, I just tried to overwrite the drive that we're booted up from, so... Thankfully, Snapshot doesn't let you do that.
So what was that about? Buffoonery? Exactly, can't get the stuff.
Are we okay? I heard a noise and was like...
What? I don't even know. Oh, it was the graphics card. The graphics card fell over.
Oh, yes, yeah.
The other graphics card, not the graphics card, the other one.
Haunted.
This one. So yes, this is my 5700 XT 50th anniversary edition.
Who is the mysterious hacker, Lisa Sue?
But yes, I want to put that back in my PC and use it, but it's also like I don't have a PC to use it.
That's kind of the problem with buying special edition hardware. As soon as as soon as you've got something better, you're like, I guess this exists. I mean, I guess what would be cool is to make a. I tell you what we should do is we should 3D print some stands. So like we could, because like we need to sort. I need to sort this out, but like we could have like a cool stand, so it's just like out on display or something like that.
Yeah.
You know.
It's also the other reason why I was saying about using it is because. Why would you need more than this in an office PC?
Oh yeah, true.
In reality.
You could just slap that in an office PC. Just the bummer is now your office PC needs to have a custom water cooling loop in it.
Yeah,
but
I mean that's no different to when it was in use in anger.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Because the first live stream we did in this shop was cleaning out the loop that came from. That was my work PC.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The most ridiculous is of work computers.
Hi, Chris. Is someone whipping something out for display?
Yes.
What's on the bench? It's the
your RAM.
Was it Chris who sent the RAM?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I had it in my head. It was JD.
All the way from.
I was going to say I don't know why it wouldn't have arrived, but yeah. But yes.
He would have posted himself.
Yeah. And not arrived. He would have been stolen.
He is high value. It is understandable.
Yeah. Yes, Chris, it's the M-Power with the RAM that you sent in it, and Caradog is wanting to get into a position to better test the RAM to ensure that it is fit for overclocking stuff. So yes, that is there.
And just to make sure that I haven't broken it.
Yeah.
That RAM finally has use. Yes, exactly. See. Because as far as I know, Chris hasn't used it at all either. So that's why I was just like, oh yes, we should probably actually check that it works.
Use for intended purpose as well, because it's while obviously by modern standards it's potato, but by DDR3 standards it's screaming fast,
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. Broken my board again. Well, we didn't have any problems when we were using other boards. So maybe your board is crap.
I mean, the only issues we had were when we were using the Asus board. Fucking Asus.
Would you like some more bones to pick? Cool, right.
What's that about being paid by Gigabyte to bash people?
We got 30 seconds wait, and then Carol's going to start working on this again, and we should be able to start doing some cool things on that test bench. But yeah, that's the keyboard stuff though that I was waffling about. So yeah, I've got a couple of project videos that I'm kind of excited about. What was the other thing that I was looking into as well? There was something else that I was. Oh yeah, no, I'm planning more Slime VR stuff, but that's in the works. Yeah, my new soldering station showed up. I finally got that ordered in the end. So I've got the Axon T3B station. I don't know if I'm going to do a review of that.
Why not?
Yeah, I guess I should. Yeah.
Try and get more free soldering stuff.
Yes, that's a good idea. Actually, yeah.
It did it.
Huzzah! All right. I'm kind of tempted to just open. I haven't opened the box yet. I might just open the box and just look at it. I'm not going to set it up right now. I'm just going to open it up and just make sure that. Well, also, I just want to make sure that everything that I was expecting to be in there is there.
You kind of sound like the child who got a Game Boy for Christmas.
Yeah, but also just legitimately.
You're not allowed to play on it until Christmas Day.
Yeah.
No, but I just want to look at it, Mum.
Yeah. The reason why I didn't order it straight away was there was a lot of faff over making sure that I was ordering actually the right one, because there's a million different versions of this sodding soldering iron.
You could have very easily solved that by buying the one that comes with 2 and then buying 4,000 attachments.
Yeah, but
then having a bill of $2,000.
I was about to say, the dual station was like £300. I'm like, I don't want to spend £300 on a soldering iron.
But you're not.
Because it's more than twice the price of a single.
Two.
But I could have spent £200 on 2 separate ones that weren't glued together. Dual stations are a bad idea, because if you buy 2 separate ones, you can put one on the other side of the room.
Well, tell Moeto that.
Moeto, the dual station is stupid. You should buy 2 single ones.
There we go.
Okay, right. Caradog's got his.
Because it's also got F122 installed on it.
What, are you going to bust that out on stream now? Play on keyboard?
Well, yeah, because we were last using this for the wheel unboxing.
We were, yeah.
Which is why I was so confused.
Yeah. What's the story on the wheel? Have you been using it much?
I haven't used it at all. I used it the day I got home, and then the Tuesday after, I was just like, okay.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
I take it that's just on the back burner / mothballed for the time being.
It is solidly in the position of I'm like...
Yeah.
It does not spark joy.
Understandable. Okay. Yeah. At some point we should probably... make the effort to get that into a working position so we can at least make content about it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're capable of putting it to one side because thus far we have not been billed for it per se. But also, I feel like we should try and make content while we have the opportunity, if you see what I mean. But yeah, I'll leave that with you anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Did you get the same as Dave Bob? Yes. So that's the stand for it. I got the one with the fancy stand, which I'm kind of glad I stumped up for in the end, if I'm honest, because it means it's got auto wake sleep and it's got the nice tip cleaner on it as well. So that's cool. You've got to make sure that your tip is always clean. Can you daisy chain these? That's kind of interesting. Right, I'm going to scan through thing.
Is that what I want?
He's bought single ones. Oh, okay, yeah. Fair. Good.
Windows 10 Wi-Fi driver. Yes, that's what I want.
Right, I've got... This is going to be the pen, I think. Ah! Oh, interesting. Spare rubber grips.
Oh my god!
What?
I made the mistake of opening your downloads folder. There's just so many things!
So much porn! No, not really. It's just a lot
There's 511 items.
Look, I need those items. All of them. I can have a rubber tip or a foam tip. So I've got the T210 fitment here. So does that go into... Right, that's that. And what tips have we got? So the tip is the bit that oh good, we've got the tips that I wanted. This was the bit where I was really confused because here's the thing, is the reason why it took me so long to order this wretched thing is I have the T3B station that takes the T210 handle
Yes.
that takes the C210 cartridges.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all, is it? So, yeah.
I mean, it is when you say it in the crisp, concise fashion that you have just said it, yes.
That was the least confusing it can possibly be. So basically, in the end, I was just like, I just closed my eyes and just went, that one, kind of thing. I didn't actually, but I just like, get that one. I knew that one way or the other, I knew that one of the handles that showed up would be at least the same size tips as what my current irons did. And those are fit for purpose. So even if I ended up getting another handle or something, I knew that I would have something that works. So
The wireless adapter works. This is also the first time we've actually tested it.
oh yeah, congratulations. Cool. And these tips look amazing. They actually look genuinely... I've got a J tip. Right. The TSKU, that knife edge, that's about the size that I'm used to. So that's not world-changingly small, but it doesn't need to be because I've got a really small conical and I've got a really small J tip, and I'm excited about the J tip. That's a J tip. It's basically a bent point. And
boy.
Those are really good for getting tiny little resistors and stuff because it's just a point with more precision. I'm quite excited about that. So yeah, this I'm excited. This looks like a really serious station that is really going to do what I need it to do. The only problem is that one of the other things I need is I need a station that can put heat down onto an Xbox One Series X motherboard. And that is what I don't think this is going to be able to do. So that's the problem that I may not have solved yet. But also, this thing is 90 watts, and I was running my Pinecils at 65 watts. So it may be able to do it just through brute force extra wattage.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's what the show has come to. Looking at, comparing, and admiring tips. It's true. Right, I've got a grounding strap there. No BC2. No BC2, but I've kind of fallen out of love with the BC2. I thought I liked it at first, but really, a knife edge is just as good as a BC2, but also has a point on it. I think the KU, which is a knife edge, I think it's better than the BC2 personally. Failing that, yeah. These three tips that it's come with, I think those are going to be better. And then finally, here is the station. I've no idea how you pronounce this brand. It's AIXUN. So is that Aizun? Aizen? Aixun? Now you have to guess.
All I'm thinking of is now like the cum brand of SSDs.
I beg your pardon. I need context.
The like really random, China specials.
I see.
Like your fatty doves.
Oh, Sai says XUM. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sai. I was sitting here going, what possible name gave you that impression? If it's Chinese, X is often pronounced SH. So yeah. So Aishun or Aishun.
It's the Asian soldering tools.
I try not to sound racist sometimes. Right. Oh well.
Asun?
Asun. Yeah. Asun. Asun. ASIN. I'm just going to have to do a bit at the start of the video where I'm just like, hi everyone, I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to pronounce this. So I'm going to pronounce it this way, so at least I'm consistent through the video.
There's no internet. What?
I'm sorry. Try the 5 gigahertz network.
I just did.
I see.
Neither of them are providing internet, but apparently can find local machines. And I'm like, what?
Very well.
How are you broken?
Apparently Fockwit is a great China SSD brand. I'm not sure if you're joking or not, Chris. Neither would surprise me.
Oh yes, this is my Focke-Wulf.
Yeah. Pianov says, I use BC2 and KU. Yeah, BC2 can put a bit more power in my experience. Yeah, that's fair. And C4 when you need even more and it fits. Yeah, that makes sense. C4, the soldering cartridge, not just exploding the thing you're trying to solder. Yeah. I'll have to see what the biggest tip I can get for the T210 is, and by that, because I do want a chunky boy for like if I need to wick down a large surface area or something like that. Cool. So the question, okay, so I daisy chain these. So I plug that into there, and then I plug that into there, and then that goes in there. Cool. I'm excited. Yeah. This is, I'm happy because for ages I've always said I use the Pinesil, but I've always said I like the Pinesil, but I wouldn't call it a professional soldering iron,
Yeah.
And whereas now I've got something where people can say, what soldering iron do you recommend? And through the consensus of our collective friends, I think everyone agrees that this is a great station. And it's pretty affordable as well. I think I paid £100 for this, delivered this kit specifically with the 3 tips and everything. So yeah. I just did a Google Translate on AI Shun. It's actually worth it. I see. Do share, Bold. Now you've said it, you have to share with the class. Let Google Translate try to pronounce it. That's a good idea, actually, Reploid. I shall do that, and then I can say I've at least tried. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Chris said as well, yeah. Let's see. Did I get around to testing the assorted Wi-Fi cards that we were swapping? Yeah, I haven't done any more with that one yet because I'm waiting on... I kind of slept on that a bit, and I'm waiting for different Wi-Fi cards to show up. And also, I didn't have the password from the customer. I actually finally got the password from the customer was like, oh, I don't think there is a password. And I'm like, it's a Chromebook. I can assure you there is. So they need to come in and look at the login screen so they remember their password. And then I will be able to continue testing with that. Right, I'm going to put this all away because there's not a whole lot else to see with this now. But yeah, I'm very happy with that. I'm excited. Keep saying I need to buy something better, but it still works. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was kind of the case with the Pinesils, but when I ran into the Xbox Series X, that's when I realized that I'd hit the limit of the Pinesil. Like to a certain extent, I can blame a lot on skill issue, but with the Series X, that really was an equipment issue. Same goes to my hot air station. Although that much being said, Muerto has sent me a new heating element for my hot air station. He just happened to have one in his drawer. Because that's the kind of thing that Muerto has in his drawers. So I'm gonna swap the heating element and see if my hot air station just magically starts working better. I don't think that's the problem personally. However, he no longer has he no longer uses the Quick, so it was no use to him. So he was like, you may as well have it because I don't need it. Good. Right, that's a Euro plug.
Straight into monitor, splits monitor. Shit.
Excite. Whoop. Ah. Eh. All right. Assistive hot air. Yeah, I mean, that's how I've been getting by so far with assistive hot air. However, I had a real bad time. The last Series X I did, I actually nearly failed it because I had assistive hot air and the soldering iron, and I was still struggling. And in the end, I had to use the hot air and my hot plate for preheating the board to actually get through the job. I was hot airing the motherboard at full tilt for about over 5 minutes straight, and the HDMI port wouldn't come out. I was actually at the point where I was just like, I'm actually terrified now. It won't move. I can't. I've got nothing else. It won't come off. And I had that familiar dread of when I first started doing HDMI ports, where just nothing was working. So yeah, that is not a skill issue. That is just an equipment issue.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is time for a more powerful hot air station. The Quick has been great. The Quick has been a really great step up from, because my first one was a WEP with the built blower in the handle one, and the Quick was a great upgrade from there. But I am getting into, I have gone past amateur tools. I've currently got sort of high hobby level tools. I need professional tools to actually go up to the next level.
Yeah.
That's sort of my assessment of the situation.
So when did you start, like, seriously in anger doing board repair? Was it 2018?
I think it was around 2018. Yeah, it was around then.
Because what soldering iron did you start with? Did you start with?
I started with the WEP. I had a WEP, a WEP 2-in-1 station that was
you started with that
hot
one.
air
Yeah.
and soldering iron in one station.
Yeah.
That video is still on the channel, where I was just like, look at this I've bought. I can do this and this and this now, so I'm going to start getting into this.
Yeah.
And you know, as far as blower and handle stations go, that WEP 2-in-1 station, it was pretty good. It worked a lot better than other people seem to have experienced with those blower and handle ones. The hot air stations where the blower is in the handle, they seem to be a complete luck of the draw roll of the dice, whether they're actually good or not. My one, like, I don't want to say it was good, but it functioned. I could quite handily remove components from boards with it, and I did a load of repairs with it.
Yeah.
However, other people have said, "Oh, I tried it; it just didn't work." You know, it was, you know, I couldn't remove anything with it, and I was like, "Well, I had some luck. That doesn't look promising." So yeah.
Thanks, drivers.
And it was kind of, you know, the same with the soldering iron on that 2-in-1 station. The soldering iron, it was functional, but I just couldn't put small tips on it. And because the heating element was in the handle, not in the tip.
Yeah.
And that also means it's very difficult to get the heat down to the board. So yeah, again, it was genuinely a good starter station. But the other thing as well now is that we're 5+ years on from then. You can get much better tools for the same money that I paid for that 2-in-1 station. So while that was a great starter station for me at the time, but today I would not do the same thing.
If you'd like a demonstration of file copy being single-threaded.
Single-threaded file copy. Bang onto the top right core. So yes. All right. Coming back through the thing. Bring back the 7-foot-long iron. I can't remember if I've still got it. My granddad's old iron. That really was pig iron, that thing. So yeah. Let's see.
Interesting. I mean, yeah.
1,000-watt hot air station should be enough. Yeah, basically my Quick is a 600-watt station, which is why I'm limited. It's a good station, but 600 watts just doesn't have the grunt. So that's why I need to go up to, that's the next station I go up to will be a 1000 watt station. And you can get 1000 watt Aten stations for like 170, I think, delivered.
Are there like 1250 watt ones?
Probably, however.
5 minutes remaining, complete.
Probably, however, I have not seen anyone at all suggest that that would be something that anyone would require.
Okay. I didn't know if it was kind of a case of like, well, you could get a 1000 watt one, or you could get a...
For another 20 quid, you could get a 1200 watt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be the case.
Fair.
So, yeah. Cool. All right, how are we looking on your testing? Are you ready to do some numbers?
It looks like everything functions absolutely fine,
Cool.
which is entirely, what we want and we're effectively expecting, because obviously you expect stuff to work, but
Yeah.
it works.
Okay, so if we were to do an overclocking run, what tests are we going to do and why?
Yeah, that's most of the question. A lot of the time is kind of what you're gonna run, just because.
What
Oh
makes-
yeah, wow! Apparently 31C.
Oh, yeah, we're still at 31C.
So yeah.
Yeah, I
the
mean, we
mouse
haven't
is
exactly been loading it up yet, but yeah. Just at the moment, we've just been in Windows copying stuff around, and the CPU is just chilling at 31 degrees C. So yeah.
Yeah. It depends on kind of what you're gonna go for, basically.
Yeah.
Because obviously you've got so many different tests out there, and doing different things. There's like Y Prime and Y Cruncher and
I don't know where we can put us where we're not in the way. Carry on. Y prime, Y cruncher. Yeah.
yeah, or
Yeah. I guess it's a matter
or
of
like Limpack and things like that. They all do different things, but it's kind of a case of basically, effectively just picking a thing that you're interested in.
Yeah. So I mean,
Kind
I
of
think
going from there.
if we wanted to do like some showcase overclocking, we would be trying to go for high clock speeds that are stable. In Y Cruncher.
Yeah.
Or we could say, okay, let's go maximum clock speed with a successful Cinebench run. And because like Cinebench is a bit more forgiving, and it's something that's a bit easier for an audience to watch, because they can see a visual thing that does a fancy thing and spits out a number. Whereas Y Cruncher, you just get a terminal, and it's not terribly exciting as a showcase kind of thing. So yeah, like at some point we want to do. What record did we want to do on this? Was it a Y Cruncher run or there was a leaderboard that you wanted to try and get onto?
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, it was basically anything.
Yeah.
But I think what I ran through was, I think Cinebench 15, just because it was age appropriate for the hardware.
Yeah. Just bouncing back super quick. LP Master. Yeah, the Aten ST862D. That, I believe, is the current weapon of choice for affordable, decent hot air stations. That's the new darling of affordable hot air stations that are 1000 watt. The Aten 862D is likely to be my next hot air station. That's the one that I've got my eye on. I just don't have the money for it right now. But yeah, if I was buying a new hot air station today, that's what I'd buy. Yes. So yeah. Okay. So Cinebench R15 for a run. Yeah, that'd
Or
be
like
cool.
11.5, something age appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah. How's it going with the chiller? It's kind of not at the moment. Yeah, we discussed this last week, and we're a bit closer. Like now we've got a hold down bracket that works on this rig. We could technically put the chiller on it. But the chiller is currently just extremely delicate. We need to vent off a bit of the gas to make it because at the moment it boils over too easily, and as soon as it boils over, the show's over, basically. The moment it does that once, you're done for the day, if not for 48 hours kind of thing. So we need to vent off a bit of the gas just so we don't run into that issue quite so easily. Long term, it needs a different refrigerant in it to make it more effective and, again, a bit easier to run. Right now, it is hypersensitive, and we're not really... Yeah, that's kind of where we're at. We've got it in the back of our minds, but also at the moment, though, this custom water cooling loop that we've got attached to the workbench, this is 600 watts of cooling capable. So it doesn't go sub-zero, obviously, but we have had this thing dissipating 600 watts of heat with ease, apparently. So we've got a pretty good setup for attempting some, some positive ambient runs.
Yeah.
So yes. Wrong gas is more efficient. Elaborate. Is there a way to change an OEM post screen to your own personalized emblem? Yes, there is. A lot of BIOSes, sometimes they have a utility that allow you to do this. Other than that, I believe it can be done. It can be done with manual BIOS programming on a lot of BIOSes. I don't know the method for it. I know Lead Farmer Arnold G has done a lot of custom BIOS screen stuff. So yeah, it can be done. I usually don't bother because it's kind of a faff. I've done it in the past, once upon a time, but yeah. Groovy. So what are we doing with it at the moment? What have you just chucked at it?
I'm running testmem
Okay.
on it, but there is a CPU load pulling 80 watts, and we're at 46C.
Okay.
So it's a case of we
that's
certainly have functional mounting, and also the fan is doing
nothing.
maybe 600 RPM.
Yeah. Good. So that's in a state where it's ready for us to give it the beans, basically.
So yeah,
Up to the capacity of that air cooler, anyway.
yeah, absolutely, and it's just a case of 1.2 gigahertz memory clock.
Nice. Yeah. So it's a shame that with the mount for that water cooling block wasn't to be. Otherwise, it would be actually worth trying to do some numbers. But we could do some numbers, but we're not going to do anything that's. I mean, we'll get some stuff on air, but nothing that's particularly mind-changing.
Yeah, but
That much being said, I mean, that Noctua is quite capable of dumping 250 watts, I'd imagine, isn't it?
we have a surprisingly good mount given what it is, and our temperatures are reasonably controlled.
Yeah.
So,
There's a freeware tool for changing the splash screen of pretty much all BIOSes. Oh, what's the name of that, Chris? Because that'd be cool. Could always submerge the radiator in LN2. Yeah, we could.
yeah, but that's just what testmem. That's what testmem looks like.
Okay, yeah. So I take it that's just writing stuff to memory and reading it back again. Yeah. So I see you've got multiple instances. Is that just running 4 threads for 4 cores or something?
Effectively, it can also only do up to, I think in this instance on here, it can only do 3.5 gigs per instance.
Interesting.
And also it's a case of
bit?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the way that the limitation is kind of calculated, but yeah. And it's just a case that running multiple instances runs per thread effectively. So yeah, you also get faster coverage just because you're running over more threads instead of a single thread trying to do 32 gigs.
Yeah.
You'd split that 32 gigs into 8 threads or 16 threads sort of thing.
Yeah. You're going to saturate your dual channel memory interface a lot better.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense.
But it's a case of basically you let this run through to a couple of 1,000%, and then it would effectively prove that your overclock was stable. It would, prove stability because it's a stress test and a stability test, not
Very
a
well.
benchmark. So yeah. It's just a case of you'd use that. But I thought I'd just run that up because it also does a CPU load and just kind of go, look, numbers and things in hardware info.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we take a baseline in 64-bit R11.5.
Okay. Yep. Yep. We'll run that, and then we'll
We can then also just look at the temperature.
Yeah.
as well
Okay.
as
We'll give it a
as
quick
well.
black then, and then we'll switch out to something else, because like we're not going to be doing serious runs on this today, are we?
Yeah, not specifically, but just a case of whilst that's running, we're getting
that's got it
actual
up to 100 watts.
yeah. We've got a full 4.4 gigahertz, and we're at 60C.
Yeah.
56C, 60C. So
Although that's interesting, because we went from 80 watts to 100 watts and kind of added in another 15 to 20 degrees of temperature, and I think that's where that much being said, we haven't ramped up the fan on the cooler, but I was going to say that's quite a hike considering we're expecting to get a lot more power out of this CPU, and we're already up to 60C kind of thing. But again, if we ramped up the fan, that would probably cut that temperature down quite a lot. So yeah, that's neither here nor there. Fair enough.
yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
But then, yeah, basically a case of you'd go back into the UEFI.
Standing by.
And with the handy dandy little shortcut, it just takes you straight back into UEFI. And then, you know, you'd take like where is the actual clock ratio on here? Oh, there. Like, take the clock ratio, and if we change that to 44,
Yeah.
it will run at the 4.4 gigahertz that it was at before. But it's just a case of now you've set the settings. You change it to, say, 45.
Yeah.
We
and
now
then
get
we can
4.5
start creeping
gigahertz.
up.
And basically you just creep that up,
Yeah.
change some voltage settings and things like that. And that's, you know, kind of the starting point of what we do on these, because these are unlocked multipliers.
Yeah.
Because these are K SKUs, so they've got unlocked multipliers.
Yep. And now we can start building up to big numbers. So at this point, then we start running for bigger numbers, and our limitation now becomes just how much cooling we can apply onto it.
Yeah, basically.
So, and right now, because we're on an air cooler, with that 4.5 gigahertz, we're probably going to start hitting thermal issues without doing some tweaking. I don't think we're going to get far on air cooling, mainly just because. Not because of total thermal capacity, but the ability to actually get the heat out fast enough.
Yeah.
We need overkill cooling, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just going to let this run complete, and then what we should see is that the number is bigger.
Yeah, this is a 4970K, Chris. Cool.
4790K.
Oh, 4790K. Yeah, I can't remember what I said. Yeah. Did I say 4970?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which would be a 4970X,
Yeah.
I think.
There's a newer BIOS for that board. Really?
There you go.
When did that come out? We
think-
must have BIOS updated this board at some point.
I think we've got fractionally higher there, 'cause it's 9.84 now.
Cool. All right. And thus, so it would go on. Yeah.
Yeah. And just whilst that's running, I'm quickly going to open hardware info, and I'll just show the thing of the fact of we should see that there is a fractionally higher temperature.
It should have more temperature and more temperature and more wattage.
Although starting at the same time was possibly a mistake.
Yeah. It still reads 4 gigahertz on Cinebench. Is that because of I think that's processor name.
That's also, yeah, that is what the processor name
Yeah.
is, because it was running at 4.4 gigahertz in the
Yes.
stock setting, but it reports as 4 gigahertz because 4 gigahertz is the base clock.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll move us down to there. I'm going to have to move us around a lot.
So if I hit
If we
run
kick off a
on
run though, there we go. As you can see though, in the top left, core clocks are now at 4.5,
that, yeah,
and
there you go.
package power has gone down a bit, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, It will depend on what the voltage is.
Yeah.
What we might actually see is setting 4.5 static gives you fractionally better efficiency because the board actually goes, oh, I can run this, and I don't need to run high voltage to turbo to that.
Yes.
And you start getting weird stuff because there's turboing mixed in and stuff as well, which you'd turn off.
Yeah, we want to get it
Any
onto
further
fixed
than this,
numbers.
you'd turn off turboing and things like that. But this is a starting point, just kind of shows you that.
Yeah.
And see, the other thing as well is just the thing that's important to look at is the actual effective clock, which is this one here.
Yeah.
Because if you're at a fixed 4.5 gigahertz, but your effective clocks are actually only 135, something is wrong. You know, something else is messed up somewhere.
Yeah.
And you have to go back to the beginning. Because that was the issue we were having on the Asus board right back at the beginning when we first delidded it, is the fact of the effective clocks are only going up to like 2 gigahertz. Even though the locked off clock, the fixed clock, was 4.45, or it was like 4.5,
Yeah.
the actual speed it was running at was only 2 gigahertz.
It was stalling
because
effectively.
it was effectively stalling, and for some reason the board was like power limiting to like 40 watts or 50 watts.
Yeah.
And it took an awful lot of fiddling to get the overclocking mode to actually allow it to use any power.
Hence why we then wanted to move to the M power board, where where theoretically we should have no problems, or we should now have the adjustment to be able to solve that.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
cool. All right then,
So yeah,
groovy. So yeah, that one. That's now on wait until we can sort out a hold down mechanism for water cooling, or if we get the chiller into position. But also,
yeah.
either in a week or two, either next week or the week after, hopefully we'll have a 13900 KS set up with a decent overclocking board, and we can try doing some big numbers on at least on water with that, and this loop will be capable of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So-
and also that's the block is an LGA 1700 block, and that's an LGA 1700 socket.
Yeah, so we should be in good position to
Motherboard
actually do a run on that.
Yeah.
Good. All right then. Cool. All right then. So,
There you go. If you want to swap off of that, I'm just gonna let it actually run through a memory stress test, because then we can tick the box. Yes, this is definitely actually stable.
groovy. All right. Cool. We'll come back to face filter then. Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. So that's that. Well, the next thing we were going to do is get back to doing just general repair tinkering then, I think. And was there anything else we were going to look at?
Were we gonna talk about this?
We could do. Yeah. I'll just
I
quickly
don't
show
know.
that off just since we were looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a quick sort of update on stuff. Was it last week or the week before?
Last week.
Yeah. Last week I was showing 3D prints that I've been doing, and we had yes, it was last week. Yes, because this was Caradog's coffee distributor, and I showed them the mechanics thing that I printed, but it didn't really look like it was assembling properly. We've assembled it, so I figured I'd just show that off. Caradog has packaged it up very carefully.
It was a pre-cut bit of tape.
I see. I could have just put some masking tape over it or something.
Well, I didn't have any.
All right.
I just happened to have that.
Well, it's got coffee on it.
Yeah, I know. It's been used.
All right. Anyway, I wanted to show this off because we were doing cool stuff. I'm going to move the bench cam around to this side.
Yeah.
Because so you can finish that. Because also I'm probably gonna stick a laptop on the bench next.
Yeah.
So I'll just quickly move the camera around, and then I can quickly show
Was
this.
not on bench cam
Yes.
as a special treat.
Yes. The heck? Yeah. Oh, it's just not particularly stable. There we go.
You're not stable. I know.
Wow, that's going to be in the way wherever I put it, I think.
Oh dear.
But it'll do for now. I'll stick that there.
What is in the cidery?
There's a couple of cans of Blackthorn, and there's one more 4-pack of Stowford there as well. And I think there's a couple of things in the fridge. There's another cider in the fridge. But yeah, if you want to,
where and what would you like?
grab me one of the cans of Blackthorn. I'll carry on soldiering through that.
Very well.
It'll do. Right. Oh, balls. All right. Tape ASMR. Oh no. Right. Bench cam with face. Crotch cam. Yeah. 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 Oh, that came out reasonably well. I'll zoom down a little bit. Yeah, so last week I printed off this gizmo. So this is a coffee distributor. When you're making coffee in an espresso machine, you put your coffee into one of these things. I trust you've all seen these before. Coffee goes in, you tamp it down, and then you put it in the machine, and it strains high pressure water through the coffee. And you get espresso. So the idea is that when you pour the coffee into, what's this thing called again?
The handle?
The handle. When you put your coffee into the handle, there will be lumps and it will not be even. And the theory is that if there's lumpy bits, some parts of the coffee will be over extracted, and so on. So the idea is that this is a distributor, and you have a thing that essentially stirs the coffee and makes it perfectly distributed for a better extraction.
Yes.
And so we printed this last time, we just didn't have it assembled, but now it's assembled, you can actually see it working, and it came out really well. So we turn it like this, and if you look at the actual mechanism on the bottom, it's got little needles that all spin around, and that's what it does, and it's just a really cool movement. So this was fully 3D printed, and these gears were all printed in place. And so now you can put that in there, and you can just go like that, and it perfectly distributes the coffee. So that's what we were looking at last week, but I wasn't sure if we had the right screws and stuff, so I bailed out of doing this on stream. We did actually have the correct parts for it, so we could have done it, but I wasn't certain, so I was like, no, abandon ship. I don't know if we've got the correct parts. But yeah, off it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Caradog had a couple of suggested improvements. Was it sort of this edge here that you wanted to improve?
Basically just kind of making it so there was a better lip.
Yeah,
because there is a lot of size discrepancy between that lip and the actual top of the handle.
Yeah. So
kind of was just seeing if it was possible to change that, basically.
Yeah, so kind of what we want is for that lip to be a little bit deeper so it doesn't slip off so easily.
Yeah. And
make it slightly narrower so it doesn't wobble as much.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, that could certainly be done. That would be, oh man, that's for this bit, which is the big long print. But still, that doesn't matter. We can do more of them. And also, for people who know 3D printing in the chat, would this work on resin? Is it worth trying to resin 3D print the in-place gears like that? I don't know if they would work or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think they would. Plastic shavings, that's not how it works. You don't get plastic shavings off of these. However, also it is lightly lubricated, which will also keep it contained. But yeah, this is slightly soft enough that it doesn't just scrape, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah. You could say the same thing about your pepper grinder. So yes. This, sir, is blatant quackery. Maybe it is, but it makes Caradog happy.
It was mostly just because it was like, oh, you were talking about wanting to 3D print stuff, and I want one of these things because I want to see what it does.
And this is I just think that's a really cool mechanism. It's really, I think it's very cool. So yeah. Right, so that was that. So, okay. Right.
basically, it was a case of making this bigger, making that larger indent here.
Bigger than
effectively.
before. Yeah. So okay. Well, just for funsies, then I'm going to see if I can edit that. I didn't plan on editing this live, but I'm curious. I did stick Blender on this machine, so I'm going to
Excellent.
quickly.
Well done.
Yep. So I'm going to do a quick test and just show how we approach that. Let's see. Is that? Yeah, it is still on.
Yes.
I will show you guys what I'm doing in a moment. Hello. Don't you just hate it when the cursor is flashing in a text field, but it doesn't actually have focus?
Yes. The other thing I find a combination of annoying and also kind of clever at different times is when you can like hover over a window and start typing into it, but then other times you can't. And like every now and then I'm like, oh yes, that's pretty good.
Right, let's see. The cherry popper is the switch opener, but yeah.
I realise.
Let's see. Oh, WDT fancy. Yeah, I don't know why it's called a WDT, but it is. Cool, right, so I don't need
Because
that then.
it's a distributor. I don't know.
Right, let me get up
Oh,
chat.
did they have different sizes on that?
They did. There was like a 52mm version, I think, as well.
Oh, I see, that would be two sort of.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, I
That'd be
asked
6
you and you said the
millimeters.
yeah. I asked which one and you said the 58mm version.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
Yeah.
Where are your calipers?
They're under the monitor.
Here.
Saw them earlier on. Yep.
They are stainless and hardened.
Right. Let's see. Chris says, "Oh, I do actually have knowledge of this. They do work in resin, but I've heard badly." Yeah, I suspected as much because I think I have suspicion that it just wouldn't like break because when you initially print, it will be stuck together and you have to kind of like snap the joins so they break up and start moving, which is what I had to do with this.
Yes.
So yes.
Because the inside of the
So you're supposed to do this before you tamp the coffee down, correct? Inside of the pot is 58.
58.4.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a case of it sitting on the outside.
Hmm.
The very outside is 67.7.
Yeah. Oh, weak. I've only got the spin ring there. All right. It's that case. It's in the downloads folder. Fancy WDT. Oh yeah, the other one was a 54mm one.
How big is the 54mm Upper Mac?
54mm, I'd imagine.
Well, no, because this is 58 and that's 58 and they're not.
You just measured that and it was 58 though.
Yes, this is 58.
Yeah.
This is not because we want it to be smaller than it is.
Oh, I see, yes.
Therefore, this is not 58mm.
That is designed to fit a 58mm.
Yes. Hence my asking how actually big is the 54 in the file.
Yeah. Sorry, singing is going on in chat and it's kind of funny. Right.
Because this has come out at 70.5.
Okay. Right.
Delete the boat.
Delete the... Yeah. F for the default Blender cube. Right, hang on a sec. Let's do the capture with face.
Yes.
And then display capture.
Yes.
And get rid of that. And then when I minimize this, and can I do that?
Yes.
Yeah, that works.
Snapping.
And can I do that? That's possible.
Look at this.
I love how Nightbot has just appeared out of nowhere. Oh no, we did actually fix Nightbot, didn't we, that one time?
Yes.
Yeah, so Nightbot commands should actually work. Because for a minute I was just like, we haven't seen Nightbot for decades, and now just suddenly it's showed up and just like, caps lock in this chat. In my Christian chat.
Christmas send me this immediately.
Who in the what now?
Look at it. Isn't it glorious?
It's a bit much for me. It's pretty good, but yeah, bit too much for my taste. Right, let's copy
that makes
this
me
to
really
my
want a
desktop.
kebab now.
Right, so the 58mm spin ring
Is somewhere on
Hello?
this infinite 3D plane.
import STL. Spin ring STL.
Do you want the other one? The 58?
Oh yeah.
Because that's what we printed.
Oh, did I? I might have just overwritten it. Hold on. I think I'm an idiot. Ooh, I think I accidentally exported a blank STL on top of it.
I see.
I'm so used to exporting from Blender that I just went file, export, nothing onto the file that I want to import. Okay, stand by everyone.
I see.
Please do some elevator music while I fix this. Thank you. Import STL from desktop. 58mm spin ring.
That says import.
Right, and it has done it. It's just really hecking small. Okay, I probably should have set the scale. Let me do that again. Import, still 58mm spin ring, and let's like 10x that.
Okay.
Nope. Okay, let's hit scene unit. I'm not very practiced at this, as you can see. Spin ring, STL, scene unit. My God. Please, I'm begging you, Blender.
What?
Why are you importing it the size of an ant?
Does it exist?
It does. It is importing it. It's just the size of an ant. Spin ring. Let's try 100xing then. I feel like I'm going insane here. What the hell? Hang on a moment. Fine. Let's just try scaling it. Resize. Like just 100 times the size. No, it's not importing anything. Okay, I don't know why that's not... Maybe I can't edit this. I don't understand why that's not importing properly. I've imported STLs like this before, and it's been fine. But now I actually want to do it live. Of course, when I try and do it live, it just won't import that file.
Do the mech or something? Some
Yeah,
other
let's
file?
try a different one. Yeah. Import STL.
Just because it's
58mm
also
upper
a
mech.
1.5 meg file, and I'm wondering
Yeah.
if bits are missing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll say on 100. Right. Scene unit. Apply the current scene's unit as defined by unit scale to imported data. Sure. All right. There we go. It's too big, but we did actually get something that time.
There we go. This is
yeah.
Angear.
Yeah. However, we actually successfully imported that. Okay, right. Let's 10x that this time. In fact, I'm going to 1x it because I think it's going to come in at the correct scale now. There we go. There it is. There it is, folks. I did it. I imported an
Yeah,
a
that's
still.
the bit.
All right. Now we can cook. Right. Whoop. Okay. And let's rotate that because we care about the bottom. Whoop. We're not too worried about it being sat down properly right now because we're kind of just eyeballing this. There we go. All right. Just zoom in,
So
you clown.
how-
I tried.
So how do I find out how big the thing is?
Right.
The instruction to print.
Yeah. So
Because obviously we're scaling this, so I don't know how that works.
Let me just check if it's following any kind of logic at the moment. 78? Yeah, it is. So
So if that was 78...
that was 78 outer D.
oh, outer.
Yeah. Yeah, and inner is about 60. So, yeah, we are actually to think. Bearing in mind
It's
that
printed at 77.87.
77? Oh, that came out bigger then, didn't it?
What?
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah. It printed at 77.87, so
Yeah.
your degree of accuracy is actually quite high.
Yes, there we go then. Yeah, so we have something that is actually to scale here. I've
Yeah.
actually got the scale correct. Yeah, good. Right.
So yes, the inner size is too small. This inner size here is is too big.
Yes, okay, so...
Because that's 78.
Yeah, so we want
and
to
it
make...
should be... 68.
Yeah, so we want to basically scale the whole thing down slightly and increase the depth of the lip.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
68.6.
So what I'm going to do in that case, I'm going to increase the
That's
depth of
70,
the
yeah.
lip. I'm not going to scale it here though. I'm going to scale
Yeah.
that in the slicer, because in the slicer I can just say, I want you to make it this wide on the print bed.
Yeah.
And
Good.
because otherwise we may lose, otherwise I've got to figure out, and one of the weak points of Blender, and like, folks were saying, oh, you should use Onshape and stuff like that. And it's like, yes, you're correct. However, I haven't learned Onshape yet. And one of the problems with Blender is, right now, if I want to say, I want to make this X millimeter wide, I can't actually do that. I can scale it, but I can only scale relatively speaking. I can't say, make it this units wide. Either that, or I haven't figured out how to do that in Blender. So that's a bit that this is a weak point I have in Blender, but what I can do is just make this a bit deeper, and then in the slicer, I can specify an actual numerical width.
Yeah.
So that's how I'm going to do it. Onshape is easier than Blender. Yeah, but I use Blender for just modeling and stuff like that, so that's the program that I'm more interested in learning. So
What 3D printer software are you using? It looks like Blender. This is a 3D printer software, JD.
okay, so let's adjust that lip in that case. So I shall go to there. I shall go see-through,
Oh,
and I will do a block select and grab all of that,
you have done things.
and I'm going to move all of those up. Right, how deep do we want to make that then? So at the moment that's what, 2-3 mil deep?
I mean, it is apparently,
Oh yeah, we do
according
actually
to
have a
the
depth gauge.
1.4 deep, apparently. I want it at least double. So
Yeah.
at least 3.
Okay.
Arguably, the maximum we can, as long as it is less than 5,
Okay, yeah.
as long as it is less than 5, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Because that's where the ears come in.
All right, let's position this.
Did it?
So I'm going to try and sit this down on the bottom of the thing a bit better.
Is there really not just a line to plane?
If there is, I don't know where it is, because again, I don't normally have to worry about this in Blender for the kind of work I do.
Is it not the XYZ location on the right hand side?
Yeah.
Up that. Is it not that?
Maybe?
Would you not just set that location to 0?
I think that will center it. That's the problem. Yeah, that's centered it based on the cursor. That's the problem.
What?
Yeah, it's not quite that simple. Again, this is one of the reasons, this is where Blender gets really screwy and why it's kind of not the right tool for this. But it's the tool that I know, which is why I'm using it.
I feel like you say that a lot.
Yes, I do. Right, so I'm going to eyeball this.
Yeah, if you
So-
approximately double it, that would
yeah.
be fine.
So what did you say the current depth was?
Like 1.5. So doubling it will take us to 3.
Yeah, so that tallies, because right now, here's the bottom of the lip here, and it is 1.5.
Yeah, 1.35 apparently when
Yeah.
printed.
So I can just move that up to about there then in that case.
So if we went up to 3 full blocks of height,
Yeah, 'cause
that will be
e-
about...
Each one of these large squares is a millimeter.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Although we could go up to 4 because our actual hard limit is 5,
yeah.
and bigger would be preferable.
Go up to 3.5, did you say?
We could go up to 4 because
4.
our hard limit is 5.
Okay,
and that
yeah.
still gives us a millimetre of tolerance
Yeah.
of the print being
Okay, well,
weirdly bigger or smaller.
Yeah, in that case, I'll take it up a little bit higher. I'll take it up by another mil. Whoop.
Yes.
And I'll back off just a little bit because like these aren't exact numbers because blah blah blah. So yeah, but this is how. So like one of the things that I'm trying to point out is that the reason why I'm showing this is in a very janky way is just showing how we can get an existing model and make minor adjustments to it and then print it again.
Also,
That's kind of the thing that I'm trying to demonstrate here.
as pre-revenue says, if we're going to scale it down in the slicer,
Hmm.
are we actually scaling the model down, or are we reshaping the model to change this lip size?
We could do both because we can scale it down just X and Y to make it narrower without changing the Z, the height dimension. However, that will
changing
change.
X and Y might mess up the gears.
I was about to say that will change the geometry of the gears, and I'm not going to mess with that.
And I'm not going to try and work out gears.
I was going to say, whoever designed these gears knows an awful lot more about mechanics than mechanical engineering than I do.
They know more about gears and plastics and 3D printers than I will ever
Precisely.
forget.
So I shall overshoot by a little bit. So we went up to just under 4. I'm going to make it a very solid 4 mil, I think, and then we're probably going to shrink down to like 3 mil in reality.
Yeah. Also,
So-
the other thing, you know, the holes and the difficulty we had getting the needles in.
That'll do. Yes.
Is there any way of cleaning that up, making the holes more holy,
Maybe.
if that makes sense, in the actual final print? Like, because I know you said something about changing the setting on the slicer or something.
Yeah. So the way that the pins work, by the pins come through these holes here, and there is a larger hole on top, and you can see that there's an indent down at the bottom of the hole here, and the pins are supposed to drop into that indent. But the issue that we ran into is that these holes were just too small, and also if I scale it down slightly, they're going to get even smaller. Oh, this is where it gets a little bit messy.
Yeah, so do we actually not want to, on the model, flip it the other way up? On the...
We could just make the outer ring narrower.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we not want to actually make the outer ring bigger? This
Yes.
ring, make it bigger.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, and Stefan's just said the same thing. Yep.
Yeah. Would we...
Oh, also we could just re-drill the holes. Yeah, that I think might be a better idea.
Yes. How does...
However, what I'm going to do is I'm going
Oh,
to...
yeah, this was a separately printed part, wasn't it? The actual, like...
Yes, the
toothed
knurled
bit.
bit is a top part.
And we can just unscrew that and reuse it. Anyway, can't we? Because all we're doing is
Yes.
adjusting this lip.
Yes,
so we'd
I'd agree with
effectively
that.
bin this bit. But yeah.
Are you not going to let me
Are we going to try and
loop
resin it?
select? I mean, we could. Yeah, it would be interesting to try that.
Because either way, I'm not taking it with me, if that makes sense, today.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any actual difference.
Yeah, and while I think it was Chris that said that in-place gear printing doesn't actually work very well. But
It'd be interesting to
let's
compare
let's
how
look at
not
that.
very well.
Yeah, let's look at that and see how it comes out. Basically, please ignore my dirty selection.
I was going to say,
Oh,
why...
actually, I want that lower bit anyway because we're going to bring in this whole wall.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be conical, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. This is a very dirty way of selecting. Normally, I would alt-click and it should select the whole ring, but that's not working for reasons because Blender can be squicky at times.
Also, why is there a yellow... Sorry, a blue, red and green triangle moving around as you move the mouse around?
We've got the 3 axes, and those squares are always visible. So if I'm on the x-axis directly, that triangle disappears because we're looking down the line.
Okay.
So the square is visible, so I can still move on that line, even though I can't see it.
What square?
So that red square, were these the triangles you're talking about? Yeah.
Right, that square. Yes, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, these floating bits
I couldn't work out why that was moving
Yeah, you can't
relative
see the
to the mouse
orientation.
pointer.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yes. Good, right. We've got that in a wall. So what I should be able to do then, so we want to make that a bit smaller, did we decide? Yes, it was smaller we wanted to go.
I wish to reduce the diameter of the hole.
Yes.
The wall will be larger.
Yes. Okay, right. So
It will become more constrictive.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to take that down. Yeah, I'm going to take that down to.
Hold on. If we're doing it by actual numbers like that,
Well, I can do it by percent, so I can I can
Yes.
say I can scale it to 99% of its original size, kind of thing.
that's 70.2.
Again,
68.7.
I wish I could scale by unit measurement here. Caradog is calculating to figure out what the percentage or
Are you
decimal.
Are you reducing it to a percentage of the original or reducing it by a percentage of its current size? So will it end up at 98% of its original size, or are we reducing a percentage of its size?
We're reducing it to a percentage of its original size.
Then you want to reduce it to something like 99.8%, I think.
99.8.
I'm just going to rerun the numbers, but I think that's what it was. 69.7.
Chris says, I can't move, I'm in a food coma. And that's why I was like, not for me when I saw that food platter. For that exact reason. SLD also said the pinholes can be melted bigger by heating the pins before inserting. Yeah,
Yes.
I did try that, but
There we go.
I need a lighter to heat the pins properly.
If you are reducing it to a percentage of the original size, that is what the percentage of the original should be.
So I'm going to go 0.985. We've already decided that our measurements are reasonably accurate. So I'll go 0.985.
Yes.
And
Although I
then
would
we'll
probably
measure.
go for 0.986.
I'll round up. Okay.
Yeah, just round up ever so slightly, because it's better that it's slightly too big than slightly too small.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Cool. Right, so we've reduced the entrance to that. So now if I take a measurement on that, so if we measure from there to there, we now get, so the inner diameter of the walls is now at approximately 70 mil.
And we want 68.4.
Yeah, and that's a very rough 70 mil.
And that's a 70 mil reduced that printed a 70 mil actual. So we've reduced it
Yeah,
to say 70 mil on there.
yeah, and that's
And the
eyeballing,
original
and
size, and the original size printed 70. So actually, that sounds about right.
And also, I've estimated slightly. As you can see, I overshot slightly with the ruler
Yeah.
there, so that's actually a little bit lower than that. So
Yeah.
So we've reduced that by a couple of millimeters, and so that should make it fit a bit better. I think the depth is what is actually going to make it work nicer, though.
Yeah,
So yeah,
but it's also just, a smidgen tighter.
cool. All right, good. There we go. So that has been modified. So now I can re-export that as a new STL. And then we can go to 3D print. Oh, I don't have Cura installed on this computer, so we can't slice it here. 58mm spin ring mod. There we go. However, I'll do that though. Scene unit. That should do. There we go.
The fastest method of screenshotting.
All right. Cool. So yeah, there we go. That was the 3D printing thing that we showed off, and we're gonna print a thing. So I'll print off a I'll do two of these. I'll do one on the FDM and one on the resin.
Yeah.
Because we know that the FDM printer can do it. So I'll
Yeah.
do that so we get a guaranteed successful print. And I'll do the resin one as well, just so we compare to see how that works out. So that'll be interesting to look at.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Cool. So yeah, that's the modeling part and how we can take existing models and tweak them slightly. Right. Okay, that's done. So I'm not going to save that because I can do all those changes again if I wanted to. Wow. All right. Cool. All right. I'm going to get a laptop and reassemble it. So for people who are just like, I want repairs, we shall do more repairs. So yeah, the current plan is we are going to still be doing repairs on the podcast because everyone seems to enjoy that. But just if there's other stuff to show off, we're going to show off other stuff as well, I think, kind of. So yeah. Okay. Right. Ooh. Hole horizontal expansion setting in Cura should help make the needle holes the right size. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, there are special holes management settings.
All right.
Interesting.
I'm getting Cura.
I'm getting curious and curious.
Yeah. I'm going to quickly download Cura. I didn't want to spend a huge amount of time on this because I don't know how interesting people are finding certain sections here. However, yeah, we're kind of just doing what we're doing. Remember, there's always another podcast. If people are just like, this is boring, I'm just like, well, okay, we'll be doing something else next week, you know. I think we're kind of doing just what's interesting to us right now, you know.
Yeah.
And this is definitely me huffing some copium right now, but also I'm just like, I'm constantly asking myself, what's our objective in these podcasts and are we achieving it?
To entertain ourselves.
Yeah, sure. All right. And also, if anyone says, oh, you should use a different slicer, I like Cura, all right? I was saying to Caradog earlier on, I really clicked with Cura. It just made a lot of sense to me. The GK2 uses Chitubox. And Chitubox feels kind of jank to me, if I'm brutally honest. I'm not a fan of it. It's functional, but it doesn't feel anywhere near as slick as Cura is. So, right, that is just installing, and then we can switch to it. Why is the live show showing something from a long time ago? Did I click accidentally?
Yes. See?
Okay,
You're
yeah.
25 minutes behind. Drag that to the right. Wait a second. And now
Okay.
it shows me showing you, telling you to click the thing.
Hey, look, it's you. And now I'm going to point. There we go. Now I'm pointing at you. Okay, good. For a horrible moment, I was like, oh, God, has something gone terribly wrong?
Have I broken everything?
Okay, right. Cura sucks, says Golovani. Do Orca Slicer. Yeah, I haven't heard
Slice
of Orca.
orcas.
I haven't heard of Orca Slicer. The other one that I'd heard of is the one that... oh, damn it.
The real Shim Shady.
What was the other one? I've got it written down. I had it written down, and it's gone out my head, and I'm like, I'm since we're talking about it, that was it. It was the one that Nikolai uses, but I don't have it written down. But yeah, the other one was the one that Nikolai uses. I did have a look at that, and it looks more powerful, but it also looks harder to use. So yeah.
It was just like, no,
Yeah.
not yet.
Anyone who disregards Cura has some serious skill issues. All right. Chitubox feels like a bad port from a better OS. I kind of see what you mean, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Orca Slicer is a fork of Prusa Slicer. Prusa Slicer is the one that Nikolai uses. So yeah. That's interesting then, yes. How did the chop fare when you printed without the air purifier? I haven't done that test yet, JD, but I will do that at some point. So yeah, any slicer will do the trick really. 3D modeling is the skill to master actually. I agree with that, yeah. So yeah. All right, Cura has installed. Welcome to Ultimaker Cura. Disclaimer, I agree. All right, sure, I guess. No, I don't want to sign in. Right, I do not have an Ultimaker printer. Let's see, add none. I'll tell you what printer I have just to make sure. So we are setting up for the Creality. There's so many. Creality 3D, or wait, hang on a sec. Is there a, yeah, Creality Ender 5 S1. There we go. They have an actual profile for the printer now, which is nice. Next. Cool, cool, cool. All right.
QL.
Finish. Okay, right. Let's go back to desktop view. Capture with face. All right. So here's Cura. So this is our print bed. So now I'm going to open desktop WDT spin ring mod. Whoop. So firstly, if we look at the dimensions of this scale, so the outer dimensions are currently at 78 mil. So did I export it correctly? Yeah, so the outer dimensions are exactly the same, which is the intentions. We didn't change the outer dimension scale. So yeah, I did export at the correct scale.
Did it.
So we don't want to change any of the print size from that point because we brought in this inner wall, so we modified the file so we don't need to change the scale. All right, so what was this hole setting? What was this hole setting that we were looking for? So those are the holes, and we want to make sure that that when we actually do the print, these holes are expanding and the holes are getting smaller where we extrude over them slightly. Stefan says, I love Prusa, would happily buy filament from them. You owned a Mark II at some point, currently own a Mark III. Yeah, I've heard that the bamboos are very nice.
The bamboo.
Yeah, Bamboo is another brand of printer.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, and so they've been making waves.
Not a bamboo printer.
Yes. Like ultimately, all of the 3D printers seem to be reasonably capable. It just depends on how much tinkering you have to do. Like this is kind of one of the things that I've been very happy with the Ender 5 S1 that I've got, is it hasn't, apart from, I've had to do some careful leveling with it, but broadly, what?
Some careful leveling with it.
Oh, yeah.
Now you are going to print this correctly.
Yeah. So you were you'd put your foot up on the stool. You looked like you were striking a pose. I'm like, are you doing a bit? Is this a bit? I'm going to stop talking so you can do your bit, but no, okay. But by and large, the Creality Ender 5 S1 is just worked, and it's a pretty, like, with the Sonic Pad hooked up to it as well, like the bunny test print, it blasts through that. It is really quick with almost no tinkering at all. And I've had the same experience with the GK2 so far. That came pre-leveled. I haven't even had to level the GK2, and it just worked.
That doesn't seem possible.
That's what I thought, but I read the instructions, and the instructions said it comes pre-leveled. So I was like, you know what? And it said how to check the leveling, but I was like, you know what? You say it's pre-leveled, bet. I will do nothing, and I will just start printing, and I will see what happens.
You got a boat.
Yep. I have not even checked the leveling on it. I just started printing, and so far it hasn't put a foot wrong. And so this is the thing, when you're buying these printers, pretty much all of these things are going to have a degree of tinkering, and it's kind of a matter of they're all capable. It's just a question of, like, if you really enjoy modding and tinkering with the printer, then certain printers are going to be your cup of tea. Whereas if you want it to just work, other printers are going to be your cup of tea. So, yeah. Okay, right, hang on a sec. The whole feature. The the whole feature. Did someone actually answer my question? I have not seen it. I'm going to scroll up the chat to find it again. Whole horizontal expansion setting. Okay. Whole horizontal expansion. Settings?
Do you have to like select the holes?
Let's see. Print settings. Oh, show custom. That's what I want. Whole horizontal expansion. There we go. When greater than 0, the whole horizontal expansion is the amount of offset applied to all holes in each layer. Positive values increase the size of the holes, while negative values reduce the size of the holes. When this setting is enabled, it can be further tuned with the whole horizontal expansion max diameter. All right, so I'm assuming that this is not going to apply to, like, because arguably, whoops, where's the top view? Arguably, this whole thing is a hole. I assume it's smart enough to realise that this is a hole and this ring is not a hole. I assume that they are that they have the common sense to realise that.
Are you a hole?
Yeah. So that being the case, whole horizontal expansion. I'm going to add in what, 0.5 millimeter? Whole horizontal max diameter. I'll leave that where it is.
What is it changing?
Right.
Is
the amount of offset applied to all holes. So I'm assuming it's just saying we're going to print the holes 0.5 millimeter wider than the print says to. 0.5 millimeter is quite a lot, though, I guess, isn't it?
You can set the max diameter of what it actually considers a hole. Yes.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So you'd set the max diameter of what you consider a hole to be like
2 millimeters.
2 millimeters or something like that.
Yeah.
How big is the actual? How big is the pinhole? How actually big is that hole?
I can't imagine it's bigger than 2 mil.
Yeah, but how big is it compared to that? Because you could set it to 10 mil.
Yeah. Well, that sure as hell ain't 10 mil, so let's make it 10 mil. Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing else on this print that could be considered a hole.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I'll set a 0.5 mil offset then. We'll try that and see what happens.
That seems like a lot. Given we're talking about a 0.6 needle.
Yeah. What do you reckon? 0.2 then? And also, they did go in. We only need to expand by a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'll print it on the same filament to make sure that we get the same results as well. Yeah. Chris says 0.5 seems extreme as well. Yeah. All right. See, I'm not afraid. See, I'm not afraid to make the hole slightly too big because we can always just glue the pins in. If anything, that would almost be preferable. We just need to make it so the pins don't fall through. 0.2 mil is enough. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that then. What are we using for the pins, needles? We are using, they're sold as acupuncture needles.
Or 3D printer cleaning.
Or 3D printer nozzle cleaning needles.
Yes, which I thought was quite appropriate.
So yes. Hello, Nikolai. How's it going? You've missed 99% of all of the 3D printing talk today, I'm afraid, so sorry. However, yes, welcome on in. Cool. All right, so I'll do that, and I'm going to hit slice in that case. Right. Cool. I'm going to save. No, I'm not going to save that. We're not going to scale it, so slice it. I hope this doesn't upset the encoder because slicing is really CPU intensive.
That's what
Nozzle
I
needle.
wanted.
0.2 offset is going to be too much. Okay, I'll bring it down to 0.1 mil in that case. You're doing good. Hope Caradom and I are well. I'll have to watch back the VOD later on. Yes, and then you can shout at us for getting things wrong. Right, hang on a sec. So let's change that again. Horizontal hole expansion, we're going to change that to 0.1 mil in that case. And reslice. Hope you're still having fun printing stuff. I sure am. Thanks for sending me the files for the PCI expansion brackets. I haven't tried to print those yet, but also I'm kind of hoping to try resin printing that because obviously we've got the resin printer and I've been experimenting with that. Point one is probably going to be the difference between a struggle versus a snug but easy to fit. Yeah, that's kind of what we're after. Okay, cool. Right, so let's preview our print. Right, so did I get that? Oh yeah, no, that looks right. Yeah, it was the top ring that needed adjustment. Yeah. Cool. So now we've sliced this. It's going to take 6 hours 45 minutes because it's a big, complicated print. This. Nikolai, have you done much resin printing? How well do you think a resin printer would do with in-place gears like this? Is it worth trying to resin print this? There's the model for reference. Is that worth trying to resin print? So yeah, now we save our G code and then we send that to the printer. I could kick that off now, but I don't know if it'll be interesting. It's going to be a while before the printer is doing anything that's interesting to look at. But yeah. Good. Right. Save to removable drive.
Interesting.
Damn it. Oh, the mics have gone. All right, hold on. Are we back? Jesus Christ, stop speaking. Oh, God. Are we okay? Oops. Sorry, everyone. All right. So I'll just repeat that. Okay, so the microphones can record audio internally. And so when the microphone's connected, it appears as a flash drive. And I accidentally tried to save the file to the flash drive. That was universally terrible. Right, save to disk. Oh, we're going to have to check the VOD to see what that sounded like.
Oh, dear. But yeah, interesting side comment, just saying about overclocking stuff and so on. I've just set this to 4.7 gigahertz.
Yeah.
At like 1.27 volts or something.
Yeah.
And that gives us a score good enough for the hardware bot ranking for Cinebench 11.5 with this processor.
Yeah.
Of 293 in the world.
Okay. That 293 out of what? A lot or?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
Many much.
Yeah, fair enough. It gets into the top 300, which means the top scores that people might actually be looking at or care about, perhaps.
Right. Yeah. And we're at 4.7, and several of the scores around us are at like 5 gigahertz, 4.8, 4.89.
Oh, so well above where we're currently.
We're like 100 megahertz, 200 megahertz slower, and getting the same or faster score.
Interesting. So the score that
we have what's called good efficiency.
Yeah. So the point there is the score we've just run is a test score and it's not particularly impressive, but we seem to be punching well above our weight at the moment, which means if we actually were trying, there is a good chance of getting a very good score.
Yeah, I think the highest and ever ended up was something like, I think I got to something like 130.
Yeah. Okay.
Or something, the run I did on the freezer.
I'm just turning on the Creality.
When we actually got it to work on the Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. JD might know because JD was the one who told me.
Chris be like, nah, I can't move, I'm actually straight up dying, except in Scottish. Because I was just like, nah, mate. And I don't think that's what he actually sounds like.
No,
I'm
he
not
always
going
sounds
to,
just
I will not,
disappointed.
I will not attempt a Scottish accent. But yeah. So yeah. You can still get a top 100 spot in many tests on Hardware Bot just by doing the test, just because not a lot of people have done it. Yeah. That's how popular Hardware Bot. Hardware Bot is still relevant.
Yeah.
I mean, if you weren't shooting at Hardware Bot, what what scoreboards would you be shooting at in that case? You know,
Yeah.
like if you're saying hardware bot isn't relevant, what is relevant?
Yeah, but I think it's a case of I think the best score I've got in R11.5 with this CPU was good enough for something like the top 150. So yeah.
Yeah. Hardware bot is cool, just a small community. That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say relevant, but not many people use it. So what would you use? Where do you post your scores? I'm not being facetious. Serious question. You know, if
Yeah.
not hardware bot, then where? You know,
Because that score is good
still on
enough.
desktop capture. Yes. All right. All right. So in that case, now I'm going to.
Yeah, because if I posted that score right now, it would be better than about 100 other scores. Just under. So yeah, so that's not bad.
I can't remember what the address of the printer is. Damn it. All right, hang on, everyone. I was actually going to kick off that print just so people could see the full process. We've come this far, so we may as well.
So yeah.
It's 247. Oh. One 247.
Was that an IP address with an L in it?
Yeah, I think that was probably a. I think you would immediately be hacked if you tried to visit that. So
What's your IP address? 192.168L.
okay, this. Oh, all right. Was I wrong?
But yeah.
Sorry, stand by, folks. 1, 2.
Red October standing by.
Well, that one can get to it. This literally works on the other computer. What if I put the hash on that the other one is using?
Access denied.
Try NOS. Yeah, I am trying NOS. It doesn't connect securely, so I'm running it without. Oh, okay. That's kind of boring. I wanted to start the print running so you guys could see me start the print and stuff. But it's, for some reason or other, that my Sonic pad isn't responding from this computer. 247.
Oh.
Weird. Quick, his IP is 192.168.1.1. DDoS is live support. That is my public-facing IP address. How dare you dox me? But if you really want to take me down, you've got to attack my router, which is 127.0.0.1. Oh. What? I can access it from that computer, but I can't access it from this computer.
You have to push it from that one.
I guess, but like I can't show people what I'm doing then, unless I plug in the monitor capture. But like that's hassle. Let me just quickly, hang on a minute. Let me come off of display capture because I shouldn't be doing that while I'm dicking around with this. 8.1. Oh, hold up a sec. Am I being a supreme derp? 247. I think it's 0.247 and I'm being an absolute fool. I think I'm a fool. Hold on.
Why can this other one do it using the correct details?
It's now I'm using the correct subnet. It's working. I know subnets. So now I'm on the correct subnet. I can now access my Sonic pad. At home, my network address is 192.168.1, but here I've got it set to 192.168.0. So, whatever. Good. Right. So let's see. File Manager. Look, there's the webcam showing the live preview. Right, let's upload that. Caradog's going to stick his face in front of it.
No.
He tried. Caradog. There's like a 5-inch gap between the printer and the wall. I could just see your eye, you know. All right, desktop, fancy WDT, open. Oh God, this is like a 20 megabyte file. All right, hopefully it'll work. Also, I had a ping up there. What was that ping? Slydive says, is it safe to vape near a PC? I'm getting mixed reviews at the moment. So, to answer that question, we've got to ask ourselves, what's in the vape smoke, right? So,
Oily stuff.
yeah, there's glycol in the vape fumes, clouds. When you're puffing when you're puffing sick clouds, there's glycol in the fumes, and the glycol is
Puffing mad water coolant.
ripping a fat blunt or something. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Would you like to sound any more white?
So there's glycol in the clouds. The glycol is a sticky residue that is going to make dust clump together and sticky. So functionally, it's the same as smoking next to a computer. It's going to make the dust claggy, which will make the dust stick to things and not blow through. So basically, it's not going to break anything, but you will probably find cleaning the computer is harder because when you wipe off the dust, it will be slimy and you'll be like, ugh, you know. So it's kind of up to you, really. It's not going to break anything, you know. It's not going to create a conductive film that shorts anything out. But you're probably going to find that the dust can become claggy and sticky, and just cleaning the computer is harder. But like, it's not going to kill it straight away. But if you smoke next to it for a year, or if you vape next to it for a year, and then you wipe a layer of dust off, you're going to find that dust is a horrible, weird goop. So that is what's actually going to happen, I think. Glycol is also in AIO fluid. It's true, glycol isn't harmful per se, nor is it, like, this isn't comparable to cigarette tar kind of thing. However, if we're trying to if we're talking about how it might damage a PC, it's going to make the dust clag together. That's the important thing there. Print. So I've just hit print on this thing. It's not going to do anything right away because we've now got to wait for it to heat up, which is going to take a while. But we'll get it going. And yeah. What's the timer on? OBS? 2:32. Okay, so I can start something else while we wait for this to warm up, and then we can switch back to this when it actually starts printing. So right now the Ender 5 is now heating up. It's got to heat the printer bed up to 60 degrees, then it'll heat the extruder up. The heater bed is the bit that takes a while to get going. The extruder only takes a couple of minutes to come up to temperature. If I was smart, I would have preheated the heater bed, but whatever. So yeah, I wouldn't say panic. You know, if anyone's just like, oh, you'll instantly short it out, I don't think that's going to happen. I can't see a world where that's going to happen. But yeah, I wouldn't. But you know, like, yeah, like, don't blow smoke into the PC vents. Like, you could do it once and be like, ha, look at that, it's going through the fans. Just, you know, don't do that all the time, basically. But like, if you're one of those people where your PC is there and you're going to pull a vape and then just blow it up into the air, I would say that's fine, personally. So yeah. Just got here. What are we doing tonight? Well, we've just been doing a load of 3D printing stuff, and I'm currently waiting for my Ender 5 to heat up and start printing what we've been working on. However, I'm going to grab another laptop and start fixing that next, I think. And yeah, we're printing in PLA. So yeah. Chris says, I don't see it causing shorts, but it does make for slimy components. You just about dropped your SSD heatsink when you took it out. I see. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's what I think of that.
Stefan says, I refuse to repair a relative's PC because they smoke. Yeah. I mean, again, vape smoke is not going to be nearly as horrible as cigarette smoke, because cigarette smoke, it's not just that it's slimy, but it's just horrible. You open the computer and you're like, oh, it's nasty stuff, you know. Vape smoke isn't going to have that effect, but it is going to leave an oily, slimy residue on things. That's it. Is the stream going to last until the print finishes? No.
No.
Because the print is going to be 6.5 hours. We're going to kick this off and I'm going to do something else for a bit, and then we can come back and you can basically just see how it's progressing. That's kind of my objective. And hopefully you guys will find that kind of interesting. So yeah, you become an instant smoker after sniffing it. All right. Cool. Right, how are we doing on the heat up? Yeah, I'll come back to this in a sec. I'm going
Does
to
it
switch.
tell you what temperature it's at?
Yeah, we're currently at
That's
58
kinda cool.
degrees and rising. So yeah.
Does the camera need pointing down slightly?
No, because the printer bed is currently low. When the printer bed comes up, it will come into view.
It lifts up. Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
So I could leave it in view. I'll tell you, I'll waffle for another, this is going to be another 60 seconds or so before it starts. So I'll waffle for a little bit longer because then you guys will see it go. What happens if I full screen that? Okay, we get that view, yeah.
5 whole frames per second.
Does that go back? Nope, that pops it out. Oh, that pops it out into another view. That's kind of interesting.
So you can then put that as an image source in your stream.
Yeah, how do I get back home? There we go.
How do I go back
Yeah,
home?
there
Wow,
we go.
that-
Yeah, the extruder's soaring. As you can see, the extruder gets up to temperature an awful lot faster because it's got an awful lot less thermal mass to heat up. So yeah. We'll just watch this start up just so people can go, oh, look, it's moving, it's doing a thing. And then I'll start fixing a laptop.
So what temperatures does it try and print at? Is
It's going to 200.
that what it actually prints at?
Yeah, the PLA you print at 200 to 220.
Okay.
I usually go for 200. That black filament I've got in there, it tends to get stringy at 220, which is why that boat came out awfully, because the boat G code is set to 220, which I can override. I just didn't.
Oh, I see.
Okay, that's about to kick off. So if I go to the cam, we should see it start doing a thing in a sec. There we go. So the printer is now homing.
Nice.
And now it's homing the Z-axis, so the bed is coming up, and the print head has dropped a little pin, and it's sensing when the bed hits the pin, so it knows where the bed is. So it'll go up. There it is, and it goes down, then it does it. Then it does it a little bit slower just to get a precise measurement. Now it's doing the purge, where it's basically just going to just leave a line down the side of the print bed just to clear the nozzle. And then it'll actually start doing the thing. And this is the point where it looks like it's going to hit the camera, but it doesn't. I've very carefully positioned it to avoid that. There we go, and off it goes, everyone. It's now drawing circles. 200 degrees, is that C or Yankee? That's 200 degrees centigrade. Centigrade.
Celsius.
So it works like a CNC machine. Yeah, that's correct. So this is a gantry style printer. If you take something like an Ender 3, the Ender 3, the print head can only move left and right, and the actual print bed itself goes backwards and forwards as well as up and down. Whereas this has got a complete gantry, so it can move it can move X and Y, and the bed goes up and down for the Z axes. So yeah. So I think it's just doing, it's doing a skirt at the moment. So the skirt, which is the circle it's just drawn, that is a sanity check, so you can see if your printer is set up correctly. If the skirt had not printed then, I would know immediately that there's a problem before we spend time doing the print.
Oh, what if it doesn't actually adhere?
Yeah, boost the webcam FPS. I don't know how to do that actually, but it's 5. It doesn't need to be any higher than that.
Yeah.
So yes. So yeah. Did you know that minus 40C is the same as minus 40F? Now you do. I'll remember the next time I go outside and it's minus 40 degrees centigrade, I'm going to say to someone, did you know it's also minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit? And
If it got to minus 10 here, the chaos.
Wow, is it bashed out the bottom of that cog already? All right, that was suspiciously fast. I looked away and it had done something. Anyway, yeah, there she go.
Which box is this?
Right. So what I could do...
Oh, yeah.
See, now I'm tempted to have the printer camera in the top left while I work on the laptop.
Oh, my God.
But no, that's going to take too long to set up. Yeah.
I see.
There we go. We'll review this a bit later on. It's probably going to be 20 minutes before there's anything interesting to see there. So yeah.
Where is your pile of cardboard? Oh, it's over there.
Yeah. Cool. And then incidentally, I've also got the slicer view here. So here you can see this is the G-code preview. So you can see how it's now working through that little green line. Excuse me. That little green line shows you the bit that it's actually printing out. This bit is like, 5 seconds ahead of what the printer is actually doing, but it shows you what it's actually, it shows you its progress through the file.
I quite like that the Sonic Pad gives you the X, Y, and Z axis printout in real time.
And again, we can get all of that from here as well. It shows us its live positioning and the speed it's currently moving at. It's, like this Creality Sonic Pad, this is basically Klipper, which is an open source 3D printer control system, and Creality have basically rebranded Klipper, and a lot of people in the 3D community have a big problem with this. Because the Sonic Pad isn't a great example of Klipper. However, also it's it's a turnkey solution.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh, the Sonic Pad is really slow and it's slow to respond and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but also it's a turnkey solution. You take it out the box, you plug it in, bam, you now have a Klipper controlled 3D printer.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of it. Oh, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we're going to 3D print a new one of those. So yeah. Right. Is it so slow for the first layer? Yes. The first couple of layers, it does it slowly. Once it gets the first couple of layers down and it's got build plate adhesion, it will go faster. So we'll come back to this in a minute and we'll see it's going brrr. Specifically brrr. Good, right. Face cam. Sonic Pad's a great add-on for the Marlin-based Creality printers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Cool. Unfortunately, the Klipper devices aren't plug and play with the Prusa machines, as the printer boards haven't got proper USB support. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, again, that's kind of my point. I've heard a lot of people talking smack about the Sonic Pad, and I'm like, yeah, but it works. This is the interesting thing, is Creality, they sent me an Ender 5 and they sent me a Sonic Pad, and I plugged the Sonic Pad in, and it just worked. I didn't have to do any dicking around at all. And I've experimented with adjusting the parameters, but I found it works best leaving it as stock. And when it actually gets up to speed on a well-optimized print, it is pretty quick, So yeah. All right. Andy Johnson, by the way. Fair enough. Cool. Right. What's the general cost of running the printer per print? Actually, have I still got Cura open? I do. So this particular print we're doing is a fairly large print. It's going to use 52 grams of filament. Calc. So generally speaking, you're going to pay about... You can get a kilogram of filament for about... for argument's sake, I'm going to say £18. So, let's see. 52. You know what? I'm going to dial it into Cura and let Cura figure it out. Material. Oh, I don't know how to do this. Configure Cura. Materials. There we go. Generic PLA. Filament cost is, I'm going to say that it is 18 euros for a kilogram. There we go. All right. So this print, assuming that I'm paying about 16 quid for a kilogram of filament, you know, let's make that 20 euros because a euro is worth a bit more than a pound. So this print is going to cost about £1, or it's probably going to work out at about a dollar worth of material. So the actual material is almost negligible. It's $1 or so. But then you've also got to account for the electricity cost. The printer runs about 300 watts of power while it's running because of the heaters and stuff. So if you've got 300 watts running for 6 or 7 hours print time, you can do the maths on that. So 300 watts for 6 or 7 hours. So that is what? 600, that's probably going to be what? A couple of kilowatt hours? 1 or 2 kilowatt hours? Yeah. And so if you're paying, say, 25p per kilowatt hour, so that's another 50p of electricity. So actually that's not too bad. So you're paying probably another 50 pence or so in electricity. So you're talking $1 or $2 total cost, basically. Yeah. So like these are all, like, I'm spitballing ballpark figures here, but we're talking a couple of bucks, basically. So yeah, I think that's realistic. Good. I'm going to fix a heckin' laptop, maybe. So we've done a repair today as well, because we're at 2 hours 46. I think I've got time to reassemble this laptop. I've got to reassemble a display assembly. So I shall move things around.
I will return.
300 watts, that's high for bed and element. Yeah, that's like 300 watt peaks. Like I had my energy meter plugged into the printer, and I just watched it while the printer was running, and it was sort of just spiking between 150 and 300 watts. It was constantly going up and down as the motors moved and stuff like that. So I was like, let's pretend it's 300 watts because it's not going to be more than that. If we pretend it's 300 watts, we're overestimating. It's realistically going to be less by the time you're actually done. So yeah. So that's worst case scenario. HP laptop, actually a Dell in this case. All right, let me get some stuff. Ugh. Okay. Bought some cheap ABS filament. Huge 3 kilogram spools. Wow. That spool must be enormous. Right. A broken laptop that's not a HP. Wonders never cease. Right, bench cam. And let's zoom out. All right, so I'm going to do that and straighten and look up a little bit. That'll do. All right. Okay, so this laptop is a Dell Inspiron. This Dell Inspiron came in. It's a fairly new laptop. I think it's got a 10th Gen i3 in it. It came in with a broken screen, so the LCD is cracked. And when we took it apart, we also found that all of the mounts for the LCD are cracked. So where it's been strained, yeah, all of these rear mounts have cracked as well. So we've lost one of the screw holes on the right and 2 of the screw holes on the left. And so there is a screw hole there and 2 there, but the reality is these hinges are not going to last. I could have just replaced the LCD, but it'll be back in a month with broken hinges. And so I said to the customer, we should replace the top lid as well because those are just going to snap. So I've got a new top lid for it and a new LCD panel. Hot glue, it's not going to last. This ain't Soren's channel. We don't do hot glue here. We actually replace parts. Soren's great at many things. I disagree with him on the hot glue. So yeah. If people want to try it, they're welcome to. I do not understand how Soren gets away with his hot glue shenanigans. Okay. That'll do. Epoxy if lucky. I've tried epoxying twice. I tried epoxying stuff in. I did it really carefully and I left it overnight. I came in the morning, I put it all back together again and I went open, close, snap. I was like, I don't know how people, multiple people have said, oh, you can epoxy them. I've tried it a couple of times and it just snaps after a couple of attempts with me. So yeah. All right, let's see. Have to also loosen the hinge oil, the hinge screws. Yeah, these hinge screws do have a nut on them, so we can back those out a little bit just to make them a bit less vicious, and that also helps. So yeah. Soren's had a laptop returned with a broken hinge after hot glue, and it was the other hinge. I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. It was interesting. Like, don't get me wrong, if it works for him, power to him, but I'm not willing to roll those dice. I'd rather just replace the parts, personally. Okay, so firstly, I've got to finish disassembling this. I got this far and was like, cool, it's time to order parts. So I'm going to finish disassembling this. Once the plastics are done, they're done. Yeah, pretty much. So this screen has stretch release tape holding it in. So I'm going to pull on this tab and pull the stretch release tape out. Please don't snap. And the other side. Whoop. Whoop. Ah. All right, that one had just come off anyway. Let's see. 500C hot glue and metal, also heated to a big temperature to make it a stone. 20 years, you've never had a comeback. Yeah, fair enough. I'm going to replace the parts, personally. Parts are readily available. It's not expensive. The parts cost for a new LCD and top lid were like £80. So yeah, I'm just like, just a new one isn't expensive. So yeah. JB Weld can work, but not extremely reliable. You've also got to loosen and lube the hinges. Yeah.
Where did I put the box?
Your thoughts on Inspirons? Yeah, I'm not a
again.
huge fan of the Inspiron laptops. They're fine. They're fine, but like, when... Are you okay?
I'm fine. Whatever that was isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the vacuum.
Where was I? Yeah, the Inspirons, they're okay, but like I try to push people toward refurbished Latitudes just because they're built better. All right, I can go to one side. So I've got two hinges. I've got my display assembly and my display cable and my webcam. Whoop. Gonna pull that out. And I need to get some tools.
I'm trying to work out how these supposedly universal plates work, because thus far it's anything but. Because none of the holes have lined up.
I see.
I was like,
where is my knife that I've lost 3 times today? That's another knife, there we go. I put 3 knives on the desk so I can just keep picking them up until they've all disappeared somewhere in the shop. Right, so I'm going to gently pry off the webcam. You got to be careful with these because these webcams are made on really, really thin PCBs, so it's very easy to bend and snap them. There we go. All right, there's that. The front bezel for this has also snapped. I'm not going to replace that because it's just more cost. And once that's put back on, that will just be a hairline fracture. So personally, I don't think it's worth doing. It's not structural, so. Okay. Right. Now, I don't think we need the Wi-Fi antennas because I think the new one in the picture had Wi-Fi antennas, but I shall get the parts. Let's see. Right. The picture lied. The new one does not have Wi-Fi antennas, so we need those as well. Let's acquire those. Got a Latitude a few years back instead of buying a new gaming PC. Very nice, although you don't like the Dells we're going to upgrade. We're going to upgrade your firmware when you reboot it, like it or not. That's a Windows Update thing. I believe there is a BIOS setting where you can tell it to not do firmware updates through Windows Update. I forget what the setting is. I personally don't mind because, well, I've got mixed feelings. On the one hand, it's good because it's keeping your BIOS up to date, which is good. But on the other hand, I have had a couple of laptops that have come in with bricked BIOSes after Windows Update was just like, I'm going to update your BIOS. But like, I've only had that happen like twice, maybe. So, you know, I don't know how I feel about it at the moment. It is important to keep stuff up to date, but also a BIOS update is kind of, that feels like something that should be done during servicing, not as part of just daily Windows updates. I'd be interested to know other people's opinions on that, who are in the business. All right, let's start assembling our new display assembly. Let's see. I think Soren's hot gluing is a product of the shop's must repair now and quickly. Yeah, that makes sense because by the same token, you know, like, I'm not a fast repair shop. I'm slow but thorough. So yeah, and that is a thing. You know, if you want to get it done without having to wait for parts, then absolutely the repair is going to get it done quicker. Now comes the part we've got to thread all these Wi-Fi wires down the side. That goes there, I think. Ooh. I didn't look very hard before I pulled out the previous wires, and now I'm not sure what the cable route is. I'm gonna guess, and we'll have to look real close before we put it back on to see if I've got it right. Because I don't think this is right. No, that doesn't feel right at all. I'm backing up. Oh, that can't be right either. There's way too much wiggle in that. How about that? That looks realistic. You should always look or take a picture of the cable routing down the side when you do this. Because if you get it wrong, what's going to happen is... what's going to happen... Bless you. What's going to happen is when I come to put the front bezel on, it's not going to go down. So I need to make sure this cable route is actually correct. And I don't think it is. I've used up way too much wire there. I'm trying that again. This is a lot easier these days than it used to be. So I kind of don't bother checking in advance, and now I'm regretting that. Goes down there. Third time's the charm, maybe. That looks like that's lining up a little bit better now. I'm going to try my luck with that. Right, where's the black one? There it is. Wiggle, wiggle, yeah. I'm of the philosophy of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, especially with BIOSes, I'm kind of inclined to agree. These days, that is being stretched to the limit, because once upon a time, BIOSes were a thing where you just never update it unless there is a reason to. But modern BIOSes and modern UEFI has become so complicated now that security updates are a real thing, and it is something that you will actually care to update when it's available. So, you know, I'm not sure what the real answer to that one is. I think it is a more complicated question than it used to be, though. That needs to go under there. There we go. Oh, what have I done there? Nope, that's not right. How about that? That should work.
How about that?
How about that? Cash me outside. God, that's a throwback. Oh, that family made so much money. Right. BIOS update is important for security nowadays. Needs to be made more reliable and easily possible to revert back, though. Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. Because the problem is right now is on the vast majority of devices, if the BIOS update goes wrong, you brick the device in a way that is extremely difficult for a layperson to recover from.
Yeah, but if the SSD fails, it's an incredibly difficult situation for a layperson to recover from.
Yeah, I suppose.
So I don't actually see what the difference is.
Yeah, yeah. There are solutions, you know, like both Dell and HP have dual BIOS setups that are extremely resilient to a bad flash. Right, I'm going to do a test fit. I'm going to put the left hinge in position. And I'm just going to see if the bezel is going to clip down on that. Okay, hold on. I hate this part where you've got to figure out where the wires are supposed to lay. There we go. Right, that comes around like that. That's going to go in. Oh my days. All right, stay. Right. That's going to go down. I think we're good. Everyone's special forces strong soldier until they've got to update a BIOS. This is why I encourage people to buy a cheap flashing tool, cheap hot air station, and try programming a BIOS from an old motherboard or something. It's remarkable how fearless you can become when you can reprogram a BIOS. Okay.
Ah, you are not a pump.
That's that. I'm going to put some screws into these bits.
You are a pump.
Right, the intern disassembled this laptop, so now I have to guess which screws go where. I'm going to loose fit these screws just so everything can just self-locate. If I see a firmware update in Windows Update, I refer to the manufacturer's site to match the latest flash. That's reasonable. I mean, I've done a lot of the firmware updates from Windows Update and not had any issues. Most of the Dell Latitudes that I buy in second hand have got firmware updates available for them when they come in. And I've done countless times I've hit the update button and they've just done it and there's been no problem at all. So, you know, I've got faith in it. It's just the problem is that when it goes wrong, it goes badly wrong. And that has not happened to me, but it has the possibility to go badly wrong. So I understand why people have misgivings about it. Alright, I'm just tweaking up these screws now. Whoop. Still not super happy with the Wi-Fi antennas, but I think it's good enough. Yeah, just from one of the bends in the wire, I'm just like, that's not exactly where it was when I started, but there's enough slack that I think it's all going to go together, which is the important bit. Although the top left here, that is concerning me. I'm just going to adjust that and hope for the best, I think. Actually, I'm going to skip over that bump there. I think that's wrong. That might be where I'm losing some of this space. I think a clip goes there, not a wire. There we go. Let's try that. All right. Whoop. Right. Display cable. So, le webcam. There's at least one plastic peg that helps you locate the webcam so it goes dead center. And I can now route this down the right hand side.
It's very annoying how close several of these holes are to matching up with things, but they don't.
Yeah. So is that your universal pump mount that doesn't seem to work with your pump?
It doesn't work with the EK mounting, the cheap China mounting, or the cheap China mounting version 2.
Yeah, that's a 0 of 3, so it's not very universal then, is it? All of these holes and none of them line up.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's like...
Oh, that needed to go in before the... I've got to take out the hinge on this side.
And it's like, oh, that is most annoying.
Yeah. See, the problem is where they've peppered that with holes as well, it's going to be super annoying to put in the correct holes. Because like we can drill a hole in it and tap it, but it's just the problem is if the hole needs to go between those two holes, that's not going to work very well.
No. But it's also a case of like, why are there this many different pump mounts for this to be necessary for whichever ones it's compatible with, and then there are all of these that it's not compatible with. It's like, why did someone not just go, oh, Enheim did this mounting, let's just steal theirs from 1990?
Yeah. Also, if you're trying to be universal and you're not matching the current mainstream meta brands, you're doing something wrong.
Like, if you're not matching the EK one and you're not matching the Barrow one either, does somewhat feel like you've somewhat failed on that.
Right, that... I feel like I've gotten something wrong here, but I think it's going to work. It's the problem with reassembling a laptop that you didn't disassemble as well. Ah, that goes into the laptop, and that end goes into the LCD. That's why I'm very confused. All right. That goes along... yeah, I see how this works. I've got it. I've figured it out, everyone. I'm a genius. I'm a gamer.
Pro.
Professional. All right, gaming. I did it. I'm going to re-chat. 3D print a new bracket. We probably will, quite frankly.
But it's just dumb that this universal mount doesn't match up with
Yeah, it's frustrating that
the
this isn't good
EK
enough.
mount,
Yeah,
the China mount,
yeah.
the other China mount.
And like that's a really nice solid bracket. This is
Yeah.
really nice, except for the fact that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So like it seems like an obvious thing to say, but like, So which bit's attached to the
So
which
This is
side
why I
goes
have
onto the
this.
block?
that goes in like that.
Yeah, so those outer oval ones are the ones that are supposed to go onto the bracket.
Yeah.
Cool.
And they're ovals to make them more compatible.
Yeah. However, I see what you mean. There is not a single set of holes on this anywhere that line up with those oval holes.
Yeah.
I mean, that much being said, though, the advantage is there are a couple of spaces, like possibly the middle, where we could drill holes that are compatible. I believe we could make that work. I will need to buy some drill bits that are actually sharp.
Yes.
However,
Because if you see,
we could drill holes in that.
if you observe, your other screws, yeah, the other China mount. If you use the other China mount, just this,
Yeah.
you can get it to align with two of the three holes. So you go through there, you go through the middle, then you go through that end.
Yeah.
And it will go in there and there, but that one doesn't line up.
Yeah.
So like, okay.
And that one's plastic, so you really want all three of those screws in there as well. Okay. Get that going there. Put this back in.
It's just a bit weird.
Let's see. You sell the 8-bit RAID motherboard that you fixed last year? I don't recall.
8-bit RAID motherboard.
Yeah. Was that the Pentium 4 one that I did the cap replacement on? Because that one didn't work. Alright, I'm not convinced that this cable routing is correct, but I'm going to keep going and see what happens. Right, I need a panel. Here is a panel. For posterity, it's a B156HAN02.
Yes.
Quite so.
What difference does it make? Aren't they aren't they universal?
So to an extent, so the 15.6 bit means it's 15.6 inches. A lot of it will be whether it's 1080p or 768p. So this is a 1080p panel. Some
I
of them
don't
will,
like the fact that you have to specify that in the year of our Lord 2024.
the vast majority of laptops are 1080p now. Any laptop that I encounter that still has a 768p panel is probably below minimum. Well, if it's not below minimum spec for the shop, it's well into the you should really think about replacing this laptop kind of area. You know, where we're seriously considering whether the laptop is worth repairing, you know. However, yeah, it's taken too damn long for 1080p to actually be standard on laptops. Like, unreasonably long. At any rate, they should all be 1080p. The main bit you've got to watch out for these days when buying panels for laptops is the fitment of them. The fitment is usually in the additional spec. This one doesn't have it on there, but if I grab the original panel for the laptop... Whoop. The original broken panel, this is an LP156 WFC, and it says SPK1 in brackets. So the SPK1, this is important because that dictates the arrangement. So different types, autofocus, thank you. Different arrangements will have like tabs that stick down for screw holes. So you might have tabs, you might have no tabs. You might have like an additional frame around it. On some of them, this actual control board is on the back of the panel instead of hanging down. And all these variations for how it fits into the display assembly. And that's really what you've got to check these days. You're checking the resolution. You want to check whether it's IPS or not, because you don't want to put a TN panel into a laptop that previously had IPS, because it's going to look like a potato compared to the original panel. But you really want to check the those bits in the brackets, because otherwise the panel is going to show up and you're going to be expecting it to have screw holes there, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
This one doesn't have screw holes because the panel is double-sided taped into the display assembly. So this one's pretty easy. There's no mounting there's no mounting hardware
Also,
on
that
it
one's
at
a gloss panel.
all. That one is
That
matte,
one's-
and you're right, this one is gloss. So I usually just buy whatever's cheapest. The customer, by and large, doesn't care if it's gloss or matte. So yeah, I get whatever was cheaper. This one happens to be, oh no, that is matte. That's just
is
the,
it? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yep, that looks gloss, but that is just the peel. If we take the peel off it, it's matte. So yeah. Matte is my preference personally. However, if it had been gloss, I wouldn't have been particularly fussed. They both look fine, and in my experience, the customer doesn't care. So
I think the gloss.
yeah. Positioning of the cable connector is a factor? No. The connector on the back is more or less, well, assuming that you've got the correct form factor, so the control board is on the bottom, the T-Con board is on the bottom of the panel, this is going to be standard. If this is in a different location, you have a completely different panel. Like, you have a generationally different panel. Like, the only time this will be in a different location is because you've bought a 40-pin panel for a 10-year-old laptop instead of a 30-pin panel for a 2-year-old laptop, kind of thing. If your display connector is in the wrong place, you are orders of magnitude incorrect, kind of thing. So yeah, they're pretty much all 30-pin EDP. 40-pin connectors are pretty rare these days. You're not going to see them on modern stuff. If you've got a 40-pin connector, it's a 10-year-old laptop. Why are you fixing it? So yeah, good. What was the outcome of the idea pad? It'll get replaced. It hasn't been done yet, but it'll probably get replaced. And the that Chromebook, that weird one, I threw in the towel on that one. I did want to look into it further, but it kind of sat on the shelf, and I have a lot of tickets in my queue, and I was like, I'm tapping out on this one. So yeah, I bailed on that one, if I'm honest. I was like, this is hard. I skip. I pass. Okay, right. I am going, oh, you know what? I do have some stretch release tabs. So because I'm 9 times out of 10, I'll just put a little bit of Tessa tape to hold in new panels. But I actually have some stretch release tabs, so I will use them. I'll be a bro. I'll be a hero. If I can find the box where they are. Let's see.
Very well.
There they are. I shall use these ones. Ugh. They're not full height like the original ones were, but the thing to remember is once this is in, it's got some tape holding it in and the bezel is on top of it, it ain't gonna fall out. So, right, stretch release tabs. Is that it? Those don't feel very sticky to me. I'm going to apply that there and see if it sticks. Oh, yeah. Weird. Okay, hang on a sec.
Are you all there is?
Does that feel sticky to you?
I mean,
A little
kinda.
bit? Just try pulling on that slightly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. See what I mean?
that's pretty
I
good.
was like, what? Weird. Cool. I'm going to put these on. Autofocus is glitchy. It is, however, the autofocus on the Insta360 Lynx is pretty good. So I leave it switched on because 9 times out of 10 it gets it right, and it does mean that I can suddenly go, Here's a close-up of my hand.
Here's the gnarly wound on the back of my hand.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
I got
and then we
bitten
come back
by a
again.
cat.
It wasn't a cat.
It was a vampire cat.
I am not a vampire. I can't think about vampires without thinking about fucking Magica.
Arse mines.
All right.
I was talking to Slink the other day about arse mines.
I see. Magica mines? Let's see. Piano says there are situations where the same laptop can use two different panels with the connector in different locations. Okay, that's... Oh, yeah, ThinkPad X260. Of course it's a heckin' ThinkPad. All right.
Of course it's a ThinkPad.
Of course there would be an exception. It would be a ThinkPad. All right, all
Why
right.
wouldn't it be a ThinkPad?
Point conceded.
What
Oh,
else would it be other than a ThinkPad?
The other thing to consider as well is whether it's a touchscreen or not. A lot of laptops, there might be a touchscreen version of the laptop. That's going to be different. So yeah, that's reasonable as well. Put that there.
Oh, I see.
All right. Right, I'm going to do a quick test fit before I commit to this.
Oh dear. Excuse me.
Are we boring you, Caradog? I'm going to plug that in. And I'm just going to lay that down and make sure that sits nicely. Because that means I've got all the cables in the right place and stuff.
I'm loath to admit it.
But I've been had. Come on, there we go. This doesn't feel right. Okay, that just sits slightly high, but that's okay.
That comes up in the office reasonably often.
All right. Yeah, that's going to work. Peel the backing tape off, stick that down. She'll be right, mate.
That is way too small.
Yeah, I think I'm going to commit to that. More cider needed. Eeh. Play some lo-fi music till we... play some lo-fi music for Caradog to... Gleesha, do you want to try that again?
Are you okay there?
Blink if you're okay, Gleesha. However, yeah.
Play some lo-fi music to wee Caradog fall asleep standing.
Play some chill-out music so we can all sleep to it. I got the joke. All right. Oh, yes. Play some lo-fi music to make Caradog fall asleep standing. I think I get that one, yeah.
Rip.
Bold says that was the sentence of the stream. Need to be turned into a meme. Does this feel sticky to you? I'm surprised that you didn't call me out on that. Oh no! I started stretching my release. That was that was on purpose.
Do not injure yourself.
There we go. All right.
Oh, that's the time. I was looking at the end of the Sonic pad, and in the top right, and it's got the time including seconds. And I was like, 19 hours remaining.
Oh,
wait,
yes.
no, that's clock time.
1900 hours.
That's the time presently.
We work on military time here. All right. I'm gonna peel.
I mean, that's what most people's screen protectors look like. I'd love to have one of those vacuum machines that they use for like the glass-only screen replacements. Where you put the thing in and it goes, and the screen suddenly just goes.
Satisfying.
But I'm also like, I have no requirement for this. I don't need this £4,000 glass-only replacement type.
All right. I did a bit and I got zero reaction from chat from it. So
They're used to your shenanigans.
yeah, like I've done that in a video before, so you know. But yeah, apparently chat didn't care. All right, I thought I'd be funny, thinking it would get me somewhere. Right, what's gonna? I don't like these Wi-Fi antenna cables, mainly because I'm not sure where they go in the laptop. I'm gonna put them at that orientation and just hope for the best. Right, where has the bezel gone?
On the floor.
I see it. Ugh. Whoop. You're not the first person who's done that. You won't be the last. All right, whatever, Reploid. Reploid's like, you're not clever, so just get on with it. I appreciate you all, really. Thank you for being here. Right, that's gonna go
You've got
there.
hairy bits on your bezel.
I do have hairy bits on my bezel. I have de-haired them. Right, that doesn't feel good.
Wow. The update counter hung on 0% for a reasonably long time. It was just like, you're 0% there. I was like, oh.
Oh no! Oh, it's sitting ever so slightly low. Look at that.
Can you fix that?
Maybe. Like in the worst case, I've just wasted the stretch release tabs. I've got more, so it's not the end of the world. It's just a bummer because it means I've got to pull it off and do it again. Right.
Judicial push.
Oh, no, that's not going to budge. I've just had a quick nudge with my fingernail and it's like, no, it's not going to budge. I went too fast. I was impatient. Time to get the tweezers. Slowly, slowly. Yeah, that was my bad. That was my bad. It's all right. It's all right. There's still a bit visible. There we go. All right. Ah. Damn cheap tape.
But how do you get it out if it wasn't stretch release?
You just got to pry it out and hope that you don't snap the panel doing it.
I see.
I think I've done enough there. If that wasn't the whole tab, most of it has come out. I hate everything. These stretch release tabs might be a bit crap. No, oh my days. Okay, oh, right. I'll get as much out as I can, and that will probably be enough. Like, if it's only got a tiny bit in each corner, it should pry out without too much problem. Remember the days when panels were just screwed in with screws, and you could just unscrew them, and they just came out? Remember those days when it was easy? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I don't know if you guys can hear this. There we go. Yeah, the noise is making us funky, yeah. Okay, right. We're coming up now. Okay, we're still a little bit stuck down in the top right. Oh, there we go. Oh, we still have most of those. Good grief. All right, well, the plus side is that probably means I can get away with just pressing down on that again. So when we put it in, I'm going to put it at the high point of its adjustment, and that will probably clear, because this time I was at the low point. So, okay, right. I'll get some more tabs. And you know what? Since I've got replacement tabs, I'll just change all of them just for safety. There's a strong argument to be made that I just got really, really, really lucky there. Because this is the point where you get it wrong, and while trying it out, you crack the panel, and now you've got to buy another new LCD panel. And now you're not making any money on that job anymore. Whoop.
Oh yeah, the panel definitely arrived damaged. Yeah, yeah.
Did I leave that behind?
Yes.
As well? Professional.
Gamer. A slightly less disgusting stretch than chewing gum.
Ah.
Oh.
There we go.
Baldur's Gate 3 with additional kissing action.
I thought you were going to say additional content. So
It is content.
I see.
Unrelated, I have a present for you.
I see. Unrelated to kissing content, you wish to bestow a gift upon me.
Absolutely.
All right, there we go. That's on. Right, putting this panel in. This is taking way longer than it should. But it wouldn't be Two Guys Talk Tech if we got things done in the time frame that they should take to get things done. Meanwhile, the OGs in the chat are like, oh, I'm sorry, I've replaced 3 CPUs on 4 different MacBooks by now. I was too busy replacing an SMC and a T2. Good, right. So put that in a little bit higher. Not going to press down, I'm going to test fit again. Because at the moment, where I haven't pressed down, it's possible I can probably still peel off at this point. That's better. Yeah, that's lining up now. So I'm just going to back that out.
Good.
And I'm just going to very gently just commit to that. I'm going to grab a cloth.
I'm going to gently commit.
Monato just built a whole Mac from scratch in the time that it took me to fit a screen. Yeah. He redesigned the logic board. And wrote firmware for it.
So using my tool, you can now reflash the SMC.
There we go. I'm just running my finger around the edge of the screen just to take finger marks off the edge. Not too worried about the middle because I can clean that once it's done. But the edges of the screen you can't get to when the bezel is on. Those fingerprints are annoying to get rid of. There we go. Good. Bam. 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 Make sure that's all settled nicely. There we go. That fracture hasn't settled in a super pleasing way, but kind of is what it is. What's that on the inside? Is that old? Oh, that's not helping. There's old blue tack, where at some point someone has blue tacked over the webcam and just gotten blue tack everywhere.
Blue khaki.
Ah. Okay, that's going to go into the top right there. Go. I think that's as good as that's going to get. They're never quite the same. Good enough. All right. Good. Turnip Gaming, thank you for the £10. How's it going? Got a question about laptop displays. Is a 165Hz IPS panel from mid-range gaming laptop still technically better quality than a cheap 60Hz LCD panel? Yes. 165Hz is more than 60Hz, and IPS is better than cheap. So yes, that is higher spec in all possible ways. So yes, that's the answer to that question.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, there's not really anything else to say really there. Yeah, bigger number is better. Like, if you want to, you know, if it's a discussion on like 165 TN versus 60 Hertz IPS, then there's a conversation to be had there. But 165 Hertz IPS versus 60 Hertz TN, that's not a contest.
Yeah.
So yeah. Good, right, there we go. That is all in, that is all together. So I'm just going to slap the rest of this laptop together and we're done now. And we're actually going to finish on time, I think.
Almost.
Yeah.
Nearly.
I
Good
think so.
heavens.
Ah. Watch this
What?
not work. Whoop.
Where is your bucket?
My bouquet.
Yes.
In the kitchen?
Okay. Only because
Are you going to try
given
and,
the mount
drain
is
the thing?
broken.
Yes, certainly. Yep. Cool. I'll finish this working while you get the bouquet.
And moving it around with a hole in. It's just a case of, I thought I might as well reduce the potential damage.
Understandable. Have a day. Right.
Have a Vitronics.
Okay, that goes... I think I've got these Wi-Fi antennas wrong.
Ah, bucket.
Yeah, I don't like the Wi-Fi antenna cable placement. Whoop. If it doesn't work, that'd be the worst. You've got to steel yourself against it because it will happen. It's also the fact that I've kind of gone death or glory. A lot of the time, there's a lot of mileage in putting the screen, like before you put the bezel on, just like plug the display cable into the laptop, do a really dirty plug-in and turn on, and just see if you get a picture. Because for all we know, this LCD panel might be faulty, and this was just a massive waste of time. Right, I'm going to reroute these Wi-Fi antennas because that's not working for me. I think I need to go under the hinges. Go there. It's hard to show what I'm doing here, so I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to finagle the cables. Ah, no, that doesn't work either. Where on earth are these Wi-Fi cables going? Are they going across the top? Let's try for a different route. I hate it when the cables get stuck. In a video, I can just speed through this bit. All right, let's try that.
There was never an issue. No idea what you're on about.
I always test. New doesn't mean good. Yeah, agreed. I need to back up a little bit so I can hang off the edge. Battery's disconnected, yeah. Yeah. No, never leave the battery connected. Okay, there we go. That's working. Oil the hinges. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, let me have a feel of them. Like these hinges didn't break because the hinges were stiff. They broke because the laptop screen got smashed. It got dropped or something like that. So let me feel those out. They're a little bit dusty. Those are fine. Like, yeah.
My cable.
If these had spontaneously snapped over time, I would agree, I would oil them. But this isn't an old laptop. These hinges haven't seized up. This is purely as a result of the screen getting broken. So I'm going to leave those as is. Carol leaking into the bucket. Yes, Caradog is... Caradog is... Let's see, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 screws. Whoop. Fan is choking? Not really. There's a bit of dust on there. I'll clean it off, but it's not as bad as it looks. We'll check the fan in a sec. It might be worse than it looks, but yeah. That's pretty mid. Get some screws into this display assembly and then I can relax. There we go. Right. Oh. There we go, there's the last screw. Right. And screw. There we go. Right, our display assembly is screwed in. Let's have a look at that fan. Just route this cable into place. That's going to go over to there. Those are going to go up to there. Okay. Right. There's the fan for good measure. That's pretty mild. I shall inspect it.
That's pretty mid.
It's pretty mid, mate. It's not gaming. How's the print going? We shall check.
It is triangles.
It is frozen. Webcam action. Can I just do that? There we go. Right, hang on a sec. We'll take this fan off and then we'll check on the printer. It's a very odd-shaped heatsink. But there's not actually a lot of dust here. Whoop. Whoops, I nearly lost those 2 screws then. So there's the heatsink. This one's hard to get to there. However, as you can see, it's really sloped on the underside, which is kind of odd. I'll brush it down, but yeah, there's not a lot of dust there. I could have not bothered with that and it would have been fine. However, it costs nothing to have a quick look, so, you know.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
Shawty had them apple bottom jeans.
All right. Change the paste. No,
Boots with the fur.
it doesn't need changing. The laptop's maybe a year old and there's no dust in it. There's no reason to believe that there's anything wrong with the paste at all.
No.
I will put money on it.
Where did it go?
All right, I'm going to connect that up. Yeah, I have this argument with the YouTube comments every time. Everyone's like, change the paste. I'm like, why? Serious question, why? What reason is there to believe that there's anything wrong with the paste? If the fan had been like mega dusty or the laptop was 6 years old, sure, we can look at that. However, the fan wasn't mega dusty and the laptop is barely out of warranty. It's fine. It will be fine. Whoop. Poke the paste. Smell the paste.
Become one with the paste.
Route those cables in the little hooks.
Right, those cables.
Route those cables. Brush the dust and nonsense off of the speakers. All right, and plug in the battery. Ignition.
Precognition.
This still has a connector for a optical disc drive on it as well, which is kind of interesting. Good. All right. I tell you what else. I would also be checking. Oh, where's the back panel for this laptop? It's there. I would also be checking if it has 4 gigs of RAM. I already know this has 8 gigs of RAM, but if you haven't checked, it's worth checking if it's a 4 gig of RAM laptop, because if it's 4 gigs of RAM, you should put more RAM in. Because 4 gigs ain't enough. And I'm going to be a hero and commit to clicking this all down as well. There we go. Okay. We put the paste on upside down. Right. Pow.
You didn't use a French accent.
Sign of life light. And a Dell logo. There we go, everyone. It's beautiful.
A Dell logo, but no backlight. Shit.
Oh, no. Don't even say that. Good. Right, I'm going to come off of Benchcam because that's going to come up with customer data. All right. 1 RAM versus 2 RAM sticks difference. Yeah, a single RAM stick, you're going to have single channel memory. And going up to 2 RAM sticks will give you dual channel, which is going to make a tremendous difference in the performance of the laptop. However, whether you actually see that or not, I'm not sure. I've never sat down and done like real life tests. Like you can run benchmarks and you'll see a massive improvement in memory performance, but I don't know if you actually see quote unquote real life desktop performance with RAM speed. I don't think you do, but I've never really tested it.
I'll have you know, RAM tuning is very important.
I believe you, Caradog. But
Thousands wouldn't.
is it important to whoever owns this laptop? Yeah. 1 times 8 versus 2x4. Yeah, I mean 2x4 is going to be faster. Make no mistake. However, whether that actually makes a difference to the customer or not, I don't think so.
Also depends on whether it's an X8 or an X16 module.
That's true, yeah. Right. Get a couple of extra clicks out of the display assembly there.
Little click on one.
All right, that has started up just fine. Shut down. All right, that is good enough for Australia. It's missing 2 screws out the bottom that weren't with the rest of the screws. So I'm just going to quickly grab a couple of screws for that, otherwise I'm going to forget. In the meantime, I will send you guys over to look at how the 3D printer is getting on. Capture with face. Look at they go, everyone. It's doing the thing.
There are so many grey hairs in this heatsink.
Which heatsink is it?
The graphics card one.
Graphics. Fair enough.
I'm just like, dog?
Okay, yeah, I was just like, are they like about that long and kind of bristly? Are they my beard hairs? But yeah,
What have you been doing with your pubes?
beard hairs,
Yes.
which are technically pubes. Yeah, all right. How are we talking about this?
It's like when people come up and are like, oh,
gel.
can I feel your beard? And then they're just like, oh, it's bristly. And I'm like, well, yeah.
Yeah, I've actually had someone do that before. They're like, "Can I touch your beard?" I'm like, "Sure," and they're like, "Oh, it feels like pubes." I'm like, "That's what it is." What did you think it was going to feel like? I mean, you can apply lots of beard oil and stuff like that, but man, that's a daily routine. I can't be asked with that.
And you can barely be asked with a haircut.
Rude?
Inaccurate?
No. It's true, but you shouldn't say it.
I looked at my banking earlier in the year and realised I had been to the hairdressers a grand total of 6 times since I started using Monzo. I started using Monzo in September 2019.
Damn. So you get your hair cut less than me then?
I was just like,
Because I get mine done every 6 months or so.
yeah, I was just like, ha, I see. But I also do my own far more often than that.
Oh, okay. You trim it yourself now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, it's just the fact that I was just like, oh, I see.
All right, let's see. Let's roll through the thing. Pog. It is true. It is very pog. We won. Right. What's it making? Espresso coffee grinder. It's a coffee distributor, you clod.
No, there should be no clods.
It's true.
They will be unclodded.
Yeah. You will be removed by the coffee distributor. Need a hot air straightener for the beard. I should do that at some point for a giggle.
What, dry your hair with a hot air station?
No. Use straighteners on the hair
Oh, okay.
and then go, you
Okay.
know, like a Shaolin monk or something.
Okay, sure thing.
I'm not going to do that. I have
I
seriously
was thinking of just using the hot air station to like dry the beard. Just
That's going to end badly. I have considered, like, you know, doing that with it before to tie it up, you know, but I don't know. I feel like if I try to do anything, it will look like I'm making an attempt to style it, and then I'm open to judgment. Whereas at the moment, I'm like, it just grows, man. That's it. That's what it does. You know, and I can be like, this is no effort. Whereas as soon as I try to do anything, now I've made an effort, therefore I'm open to attack.
so what you're saying is you're very protective over your beard.
No, well, I'm protective in a sense that at the moment, because I put in 0 effort, I cannot be judged. Whereas the moment you try and style something, you've made a decision there. This is a lack of decision.
I see. In the same way as by doing something and being judged, we can talk about Ferrari. They did the social media goof.
Oh no! What happened?
They released a video of them doing a pit stop.
Okay.
Okay, the video was them doing a 4-second pit stop in
Yeah.
Formula One.
Yeah.
Most people are around, 1.9, 2, 2.1.
Yeah.
They called it poetry in motion,
Okay.
and in the video they cock up putting one of the wheels on.
Oof. Yeah. See, if they're gonna do a social media post, you would imagine, like, let's think
But
about.
if that was the best attempt they had,
That's where I was going with this. It's just like, think about how many times they practice doing pit stops. As like, are you telling me that, like, they probably spend all day just going in and out of a pit stop, right? they spend an afternoon practicing pit stops. So, like, you're telling me that in an entire practice run, that was the one that you decided to roll with, you know?
It's not even pre-season testing yet, and they're already cocking it up.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that I can do a good pit stop, but, like, if you're trying to put on a good show, you kind of want to pick your best, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty certain the social media people don't know what they're posting. I mean, maybe, yeah. Is this still a COVID beard? Nah. I've had this since 2009. So, yeah. It is very funny to see when I just moved down to Dorset pictures. I've still got the epic long hair, and the beard is like that long kind of thing. It's chin fluff. Whereas now it's something. So yeah, good, right. That's done.
The baby Graham.
Let's see. Ba, 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 ba.
RGB the beard.
Okay. Right, I think we're about there. I think we're done, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the timer on? Hang on a sec. The timer is on 3:55. We're just rolling up to 4 hours. So yeah, the 3D printer is printing. But as we can see, if we go back to the Sonic Pad, we've got...
Is it 5 hours?
The slicer reckons it's 5.5 hours. File reckons 6.5. 5.5 is probably more accurate. The reason why there are two estimated times here is the file is saying based on how long it has taken to do each row, each layer.
Each layer thus far.
Based on how long it's taken to do each layer and how many layers are remaining, it will take 6.5 hours. The slicer knows that the top layers have less material in them and thus will be quicker. So the slicer reckons it will be 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
So, and sometimes it depends on the print as to which I reckon is more accurate. Based on, on this one, I would fully believe the slicer. So I reckon 5.5 hours sounds accurate.
Yeah. Are we also going to set up a resin one?
That I'm not going to bother installing Chitubox though, so I don't think we'll do that on stream.
No. Sorry, I meant, are we tonight going to set one up?
Yeah, let's do that.
That's cool.
Yeah, we'll bash it through Chitubox and get a resin one on the go as well. Yeah. So yeah, leave the 3D print stream going. No. Yeah, I mean, I do want to figure out a way of getting a camera pass-through going so people can watch the 3D printer run if it's got a run going. However, the issue is that I'm not sure. I haven't figured out a way of doing that properly yet. The Sonic Pad, the Sonic Pad isn't secure. There's no way I can make like here is a live stream of the camera, but I can't just pass that through the router because it would give people access to the Sonic Pad and there's no login for the Sonic Pad. So like there's no way I would trust that to be secure if it was publicly exposed. So I'd have to have some kind of pass-through system where something is retransmitting it and stuff. And
oh yeah, you'd have to have some sort of RTMP.
Exactly.
RTMP. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's doable, but it's overly complicated setup. I might do it at some point because, you know, like
certainly if you're selling print services.
Exactly that, because I find it mesmerizing to sit and watch it go.
I'm sure it'd be much better at more than 5 FPS.
That's it. I could up the FPS and if I put a light on there, it will be less blurry and stuff like that.
I'm impressed as to how bright that looks, given the corner is dark.
Yeah, it's got a. It currently has a Logitech C920 on it, but if I give it some more light. Oh, that's not very bright, actually. I don't think that's helped at all. The torch on my phone is not very bright. Hang on a sec. Where's my actual torch?
I was going to say, can you not just turn this around?
I could, but also if I just do that...
It has made no difference. It is now just blown out.
Okay. I'd have to actually get if I got a studio light pointing at it, and I can't be asked to do that right now. if I point a studio light at it, the quality will increase drastically.
Make a third YouTube channel. No.
Holy shit, the stream's still going. Do you ladies know the time? Yes, and we're about to finish up. We're
Oh,
at that.
actually, legitimately though, that would be one way of doing it.
What?
Would be pulling the camera into OBS and then streaming out of OBS.
Yes, effectively, because the camera is
Yeah.
currently connected to the Sonic Pad, but I could just connect it to just something else.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then obviously So like, I guess what I could do is I could have like a little mini PC down there for doing stuff.
In theory.
Yeah.
I presume you could run a mini PC with Clipper on,
I don't know.
effectively, and just kind of do, at some point, and kind of be like, this is the comparison.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah.
A third YouTube channel where the audio is recorded while trying to export an STL to the wireless mics. See, we don't know what it sounded like, but yeah. At any rate, yeah, it would be kind of cool to get this actually publicly viewable, so when the printer is running, people can watch the printer run. I think that's kind of neat, because
Yeah.
a job for another time. So yeah, just leave it so we watch printing the whole night. Yeah, like I say, I could just sit and watch it run all day. It is oddly mesmerizing, especially when you see it with this interface as well. Like I would do like a split screen so you can see the layer progress with the printer at the same time. I think that's the best view.
See, the best thing is you could live stream that to Twitch and get so many subs.
God, that's depressing but possible. Yeah. Yeah. And people can let you know when it fails. Yeah. Yeah, I could start getting pings on Discord in the middle of the night going, spaghetti! Spaghetti!
No, it's got to be on Slack. You've got to do it properly, and it's got to have some sort of integration.
I see.
Anyway.
Thanks for coming in, everyone. We're off.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, we are departing.
We're leaving now.
Yeah. Let's hit the thing, go to the face cam. Alright, enjoy the stream. Have a great evening. Thanks a lot, everyone. I hope that's been kind of interesting. We managed to do a bit of everything. Caradog is doing the thing because I'm going to take ages to do it. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. See you next time. Thanks for being here. Bye.